Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration and Krastorio². Hello, who have we got today? Hello Luke, hello Mike, Tristan, hi bye, hello, and thank you very much for the resub, hi bye, and Marc as well, and definitely thank you for your resub as well. That's 19 months, blimey, that's a while. I wonder, is that how long we've been playing K2SE for? But I suspect you were probably subscribed before that as well. And hello also to Doopy and Screeve as well. Welcome one and all to the to this week's stream, where, well, I as is traditional, I have a to-do list to work through. I say I have a to-do list to work through. There's a few things at the bottom and so for other people. Oh, hello as well, Tempe. Welcome. So before I get just too distracted by this, I'm going to fix the biosludge issue, because that is one that is causing everything else to break, or at least is going to cause everything else to break if it hasn't already. So I'm going to do that very quickly and then talk through the whats and the whys and the hows and the wherefores and the whatevers. So down here we are pumping, in theory, we are pumping through from here whenever this is less than 10,000. Now actually we just want to pump this through, we don't want to pump it through all the time, but we want to pump it through when there's less than 160,000 in there, should we say. So that'll quite quickly drain out these tanks and also drain this train, because there's not an enormous amount in there. At the other end of the, well, part way up this pipe, no, not this bit of it, this bit here, we also want to tell this one to only pump when there's less than, let's say 5,000 in there, so because then we will always have some available, but that's going to be a sort of a buffer, that's going to be quite a good emergency buffer, because we only want to use this one in case of emergency. And so the reasoning behind this is here we are pulling the we're making biosludge, and we're making it from biosamples and biomatter, and basically this is stuff that's just being brought up to make the biosludge to make sure we don't run out of it, because we do need it for quite a lot of the sciencey stuff, like just here where we're that's a cleaning area, I don't know, up here where we're making it into genetic data, for example. So there are definitely places where this biosludge is required, so we need to. So we want to have a backup supply of it. However, just down here, we are bringing it in from elsewhere, and when this train drains, it's then going to come down here in the scrap cleaning area. Because as you can see, this contaminated scrap has backed up completely because these tanks are full, because we're not getting rid of this biosludge. I say they're full. I mean, it's 199,000 out of 200,000. That's as full as stuff tends to get in Factorio. So eventually, a train will come over here. It'll grab a full load of sludge from there and take it away. It's probably this train, in fact. No, it's not. And that will mean that then these belts can start to run again, which will allow the system up here to declog, which will allow the system down here to declog, and eventually that'll mean we'll be able to start making, where was it? It was down here somewhere. Yeah, here where we've got the matter science happening. We're waiting for some more matter catalogue 1s to come through, and they're not being made because one of the things that's required to make them... Here we go, this one here, I suspect... maybe not this one here. Somewhere around here, it's all jammed up, and things are bad. There's too much scrap. We need to get rid of that, and so that's why I wanted to get that working as soon as I possibly could. Hey, Chloe, welcome. Okay, I guess you've come to join us while you're waiting for your Minecraft universe to sort of to start behaving itself, to finish off tidying itself up again a bit, I guess. Right, so now that the train has been here and taken away 60,000 biosludge, we can then start pumping it through out of this machine, and that means we can start cleaning out this contaminated biosludge here, which means we can pull it out of all of these machines around here, and that means that we can bring in more contaminated scrap to wash it. And that means that all of this will start to flow again, albeit somewhat gradually, but it will. But it is at least starting to flow, and we're getting a bit of throughput, and we can start to pull out all of the scrap that's been accumulating around the rest of the factory. So you can see there's loads down here. Loads down here. Now, quite a lot of this is memory cards of one type or another. We've got the junk ones here, we've got a load of good ones here, some broken ones in there as well, and some train batteries as well. All of that needs to stream through, and it will eventually as the system runs, we'll get through all of this stuff. It just might take a little while to do it. So yeah, don't hold your breath, basically. But we'll come back and check on this every time I remember throughout the rest of the stream. So in other words, we'll probably never look at it again. So other things. Fixing the train limit on the new particle stream pickup station. Ah, yes. This was something that I think Tristan pointed this out to me. So where's that? That's down at the bottom of energy science. So no, it's not. It's being produced down at the bottom of energy science, but up here... nope, not that. Not you. Not you. Where is it? Here it is. This one. Okay, Doobie. Thank you. Yeah, that'd be good. It'll be good to go around and just make sure everything's behaving itself. So over here, I switched this over from being a station that is turned on and off through its train limit to being enabled and disabled. But me being me, I forgot to untick this box over here. So there we go. Now that train can leave there and come over here and pick up some more particle stream, and possibly penguins. I'm not sure. It'll make its way over here, or it'll just stop at the junction. Eventually it'll get over here. It'll pick up some more particle stream. It'll take that over to wherever it's needed. So that should fix up that problem. Good. That's 2 things down, and we're only 6 minutes into the stream. Things are going quite well so far. I can't read that. I mean, I do have it on in another window, but there's a microphone in front of that one. So. Yes, I wanted to deactivate the old particle stream station when the new one was full. So this is sort of debatable whether it's actually worth doing, but it's sort of interesting and sort of complicated. So I think that means, basically by our standards, that means it's worth doing. You know, if something's complicated, if something's simple, then it's barely worth doing. Why are you even bothering? So over here, what are we doing? What are we doing here? So we want this station to deactivate when there's lots of particle stream available over here, wherever it was, here. So the easiest way to do this would be to link this red cable out onto the network here, and that'll get the signal out to the other area. Okay, so yeah, multitasking between reading research papers and watching the stream sounds like a pretty good way to do it. So there we go. We've got 355,000 particle stream on the network now. So if we look over here again, train comes in here. It doesn't pick up anything because it's already full. So that's the system working as intended, but a bit sort of crappily. I mean, having to come over here just to decide whether it wants to pick up particle stream is a bit of a waste of time. So we don't really want it to do that. So what I'm going to do is pause a moment and is try not to get distracted by what Tempe just said, but also try and remember to come back to it in a moment, because I can only do one thing at a time, because otherwise my brain will fill up. So I'm going to put that in there, and then I'm going to put a... How do I want to do this? So I want to say, if there's more than 90,000, 100,000, whatever the number I've chosen is, of particle stream on this thing, then tell this train not to go. So here we've got 1L. I could have a negative L and feed that into the station as well, and then it'll always be negative. That could work. Yeah, but I also sort of only want to enable this at the station if there's enough in here. So that would be the trivial way of doing it. But I sort of want to and that. I want to say if the other station and this, no, if not the other station and this station, then make it so. So I think what I'll do is, yes, I'll put this in. Setting. Oh, I suppose I could do the enable disable as well. Yeah, that works. Yeah, okay, you've convinced me. Let's put another pylon in over there. Then I can pass the cable over this way, and we'll use both. We'll both use both train limit and enable disable, because I want to use enable disable anyway, because I don't want the train to get stuck if it can't come here. So yeah, that's much better. Thank you. Hello, Metbar. Welcome to the stream, and Peter as well. No other people just joined. First space science tree to go down. I can tell you what we did, and I can tell you why we did it, and then you can decide whether you agree. So we went down energy science first, because that's the one you need to get space rails. If we look in here and search for rail, or space trains, but it's called trains. Actually, it might be called trains. Space railway. Okay, what's got me train? I found it from trains anyway. So this one is energy 1. So if you want to move away from having just everything running off a single massive space bus system like this, over to having a proper train system allowing you to expand like a balloon, then energy is a good one to go for, because it lets you get trains. Those are incredibly useful. Astro will allow you to make your rockets cheaper. I think that's pretty much the first thing you get from it. Bio will get you personal upgrades and probably other stuff besides. Essentially, I guess my advice is look at the researches you get and try and decide which one you think is going to be the most useful. As I say, we went for energy because we wanted the railways. If you decide you really like your rockets but wish they were a bit cheaper, then you can get a lot of the rocket upgrades from the astro science. I can't remember what material science gets you right at very early on. Enable if, where's the cloud? Pink cloud is less than 80,000. There we go. 80,000. Right. So now that means this station will only be active and available when there's a shortage of particle stream over here. This station, I want to change the numbers on this one because I think it was at 100,000 before. I want you to trigger on 80,000. Because that just seems like a better number to me. Because it's still more than a train load, and it means we'll hopefully trigger off it a little bit later on. There is. Oh, I see. Yes, that's a good point. I'm feeding an L out onto the factory circuit, and that's a bad idea. Or potentially feeding an L out onto it. Yeah, I should isolate that. You're quite right. So let's put an arithmetic one in there, like that. And yeah, I suppose I'll rewire it once that arrives. But I'll leave the camera on it while I wait for the piece to arrive, because otherwise I'll forget. So finish extra plasma. Oh yes, we'll go over and drop that blueprint in a moment. That should be pretty easy. It's just going to be a case of waiting for the bots to build up the whole lot. I considered. I'll talk about the matter catalogues in a moment when I can go and have a look at things. When I can look at things without sort of forgetting about this this combination. And it's, I was going to say here it comes, but no, the bot got confused and went over there to go and recharge. Come on, bot. Here it comes. Right, let's drop that there. Change you to a everything plus 0. Output is everything. I do occasionally wonder whether whether it's better to multiply by 1 or add 0. I don't think it actually matters.
Add 0.
Okay, that's what I've done. So good. Right, so there we go. That's the that's that now set up and isolated from the thing, as you said. Hello, Mike. It might be morning for you. It's definitely not morning for me. Which is a good thing, because if it was morning, then I'd be starting work quite soon, or would already have started work, so I wouldn't be streaming. So, right, plasma. And let's take that bit as well. All this and put that. You're a plasma pipe, aren't you? Yes, you are. Oh no, wait, that should go there. Boop. It's much easier. There's an excess of pylons down here. I think I probably want to remove that one and that one. Still got power coverage everywhere. Yeah. So those will get all placed in. We need to. So we need. What do we need down here? We need a stream of lithium coming in. So do that, and then that, and then this can come down through there like that, and we feed this in. Oh, we need another splitter here, don't we? Yes, it needs to come down to here as well. Yeah, yes, beacons are probably going to be required. I'm going to think about that in a moment, because at the moment these beacons are doing everything. So I'm going to need another row of them across the bottom. I suppose I could have copied and pasted those ones across. That would have worked quite well. All the roboports from different places. I'll do the beacons in a moment, I think, rather than trying to do everything at once, because I'll probably just get things in silly places. Oh, yes, that's a good point. Yeah, there probably won't be enough throughput on a single belt for this, will there? So let's get rid of that for the moment. And we'll have another belt coming out here like this. I say there won't be enough throughput. I'm not actually sure if there will be enough throughput or not, so let's play it safe. And that goes there, and then I can... and this is supposed to be lithium, so we can put that there. And then I want a splitter at the bottom down here to split those two off into the two belts, and then this one can droop down here and go in there like that. So these pipes look pretty good. That's linking here, well, it's linking here and here anyway. So we'll link top and bottom. That's not actually as useful as I was implying, because it's not actually linked up to this pipe, but if we put a piece in there, then it will be. There isn't room for a pump in here, which is a little bit upsetting, but oh well. And also, I need to bring in the goop down here, so let's get rid of those for a moment. I'll put that in from there to there easily enough. And that's going to be 2 pieces out there, so I can't use the long pipes for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can use a long pipe in there. Give me a 7. I can go there. Right, I think that should now be everything. Oh no, beacons. Beacons are needed still. So the first one would go... Actually, no, let's copy and paste these, because that way I don't have to worry about coming back and putting the modules in them afterwards. So that goes there, and it's all the way up to that one. Then I need to get this one, so it's there. That one gets up to that machine, so if I put one in here, it's going to get the next one. You're getting that one, so it's here for the next one, and then here. And where are you getting up to? Alright, I'll put the last one here on the end. It's not a great position, but it'll do. Okay, so there we go. That's going to be loads and loads of plasma once all that gets filled up. Lovely. What's next? How are we getting on? Electric plasma for Deep Space Science Ion Stream. Good. Reduced matter catalogue. So, yeah, I noticed previously that... matter matter catalogues. Yeah, in here. This train is filling up with 200 matter catalogue 1s and 200 matter catalogue 2s. And I don't know why it's still here. Is this one not full? Oh no, this one hasn't filled up yet. So this train is filling up with with 200 of each. However, in order to process 200 catalogues, you need four rows of scrap. So it's actually only carrying half as much scrap as it needs in order to process all of the catalogues it's carrying. So perhaps I should remove a couple of each stacks of each type. But on the other hand, it can just go over there, unload all of the scrap, and then unload as much of the matter catalogues it needs, and then come back and get more scrap. So it's not like I'm going to gain any real improvement by giving it more scrap. I mean, I suppose I could give it 2 more stacks of scrap down here, but I'm not sure it's actually worth it. So I think I'll just leave it as it is and accept that it's carrying a bit. It's carrying more catalogues than it can than the scrap will be able to actually cook through properly, because I don't think it actually matters. Right. Oh, and we seem to be short of speed modules. Yes, exactly. It'll run over. It'll leave from over here whenever it runs out of scrap, and then go off to go and get some more scrap, then fill up the catalogues, where it'll get the extra 100 of each that it's been able to unload to go with the amount of scrap it's taken, and then it'll come back over here. I could do 2 trains as well. That is certainly a possibility. Yeah, there are many ways this could be done. So, speed modules. We were struggling for these. What's going on here? Why is the 2 belts bringing in tier 3 catalogues? Oh, it's been. I see. That's a bit weird, but okay. Well, you're making 6s. What? In theory, you're making 6s, but you don't seem to be doing anything. You've run out of. Oh, that's been turned around. Is there a reason that the heavy bearings supply has been turned round in module creation? Here, in case.
Yes. I don't know what it was, but I did that, yes.
Right, okay. I noticed that I think it's been split off so that there's full belts of each thing coming in.
Yeah, exactly.
But that one shouldn't have been rotated. I see why this one's rotated, but not that one.
No, because I want to use the orange stuff on the mix belt first.
Yes, exactly. So that's why the one on the that's why the one going into the 7s has been rotated, but not why the one on the 6s. So I'm going to rotate that one back again. We can feed those in and pull. Yeah, it will eventually pull the catalogues out as well. So that'll start that working again. Because I noticed quite a lot of the builds that were asking for tier 6 speed modules were stopped. So yeah, maybe this was just too slow pulling them through. So yes, Mike, you're quite right. I could have put in a second train to carry the other half of the other type of speed mod. No, the other type of matter catalog and a load more scrap as well. But I think it's okay as it is. It's not perfect. It's not the most sensible design, but I think it's good enough. It'll work perfectly happily. It'll just mean that it's equivalent to reducing the capacity of catalogs that each train is taking. Right, there seemed to still not be enough. Oh yes, there was not enough sulfur getting to the spaceport, and also Marc complained that I'd broken the supply to Big Grid. So let's go in and fix that, because I'm sure he's right. Yes, I have what? Oh, I see. Right, yeah, I see what's happened here. So I need to remove that, and then put in a deep space splitter here, and then just feed a normal belt up like that. So, yeah, you're still not going to get any sulfur, but that's due to the previous problem rather than the problem I made. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that one out. So beforehand there was a strong box in here that was taking the sulfur that was coming in from this direction and probably this direction and doing maths with it, and then passing them. And then passing it out straight up here, but because I removed the box, I didn't notice that it was being taken from there as well. So, some sulfur has arrived. So I guess Marc will get a decent chunk of that once the bots bring these bits over. Full train of matter catalogs, maybe. We don't have too much. We're okay for oil. It's a logistics problem, not a production problem. So we have one train that comes from Norvis up to Norbit and brings supplies up to go down here, and those supplies include train batteries, elevator cable, ammunition, sulfur, rare metals, ice, plastic, cryonite, glass, methane ice, iron ingots, and holmium cables. And so it's a bit overworked and overwhelmed. And so I think the answer to it is going to be to put in an additional train that just brings up sulfur and brings up loads and loads of it. And I think that will probably sort the problem out. Probably. We shall find out. Hello, regular. Yes, I have indeed just been fixing stuff. There were a few things that I found that were broken. So yeah, it's good to go in and sort them out, I think. So what I'm going to do is make a copy of this. That is exactly the right amount, I think. I'm going to put that in. So I'll put this in here. Ooh, here. I'm going to do that again, but I'm going to take a copy of it with the flooring as well, because there was a bit of a flaw in my previous copy. Or there wasn't a flaw in my previous copy, that was the problem. So I would like tiles, but I would not like train stop names, because that'll cause problems, because I'll forget to change it in time, and Tristan will shout at me. So I'll put that in there. I don't need the Roboport, so I'll delete that after this has been placed. Yep, more trains. More trains is always the correct number of trains. I don't think I need quite this many belts coming out of here. Let's cut it down to 2. Because that will at least match the deep space belt that's coming out from down here. And then I'll feed those 2 in down at the bottom here. So, while we're waiting, I shall start building some belts. We'll have you go from... No, that was not what I wanted to do. I want the underground belt. Thank you. That goes from there to there, and only just fits, but it does fit, and that's the most important thing. Then I shall do a smidge of spaghetti. So that'll come over to here, like that. And I want it to go in down here. So I guess I'll bring it through here, fairly arbitrarily. Leaves plenty of room for anything else that might want to go on around here. Because this is just going to be straight sulfur coming up here. Because we get through crazy, crazy amounts of it. So we're just going to dump that straight into the back of this chest. And then it'll get passed through here in order to keep this system flowing. As it is, we've got the... What's that flow? What? Oh, okay, that's not flowing to the left. It just looks like it because of the refresh rate of the game. Things that run at 90 frames, yeah, so it's clearly running to the right, even though each individual one looks like it's moving to the left due to the frame rate. Yeah, I could join into the belt here, or yeah, I could join in over here. No, I think joining in over here would be a bit too much of an effort, and probably not that helpful. Although, actually, no, that would be quite good, because that would mean, yeah, I like that idea, actually, because it would mean that we then get the full throughput down here, rather than having issues with how fast these inserters can pass it through. Yes, okay, I like that plan. So
here's a fun story for you.
Uh-oh.
I decided to add Nickebeam processor production to the Arcosphere area, linked to the Flavors of Arcosphere's video, spoiler. Coming soon to a channel near you, TM.
Make sure you're yes, already available if you're a supporter.
Flavors of Arcosphere. Different video.
Oh, sorry. No, I was thinking. Yeah, I've been doing so many different videos recently. I've apparently I've lost track. Sorry.
See, chat. What you don't realise, pulling back the curtain bit, is that Tristan, Marc, and I, and to a lesser extent Pete, are the brains behind the outfit here. Laurence is just the guy we put in front of the webcam.
And given that Mike is the brains, you can see why we struggle so much.
Yeah. Anyway, I decided to do Nickebeam processors. I had a gravimetrics machines in. I brought the neural gel up. I got the AI cores there. Realised then that we haven't researched DSS4, not only that we probably can't do it today.
Right.
So it's kind of all sat there waiting to go when the time comes.
You might be able to do the stuff for Advanced 2. Advanced Circuits,
yes.
Advanced Science 2. Or is that...
What's it actually called?
Is it not called Advanced Science 2?
It's Advanced Catalog 2.
Yeah,
Advanced Catalog, right, okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, I could join in up here. Yeah, I suppose, yes, I could bring that in over here and put it onto these belts. But no, having started working on this version, I think I prefer this because it means we can now feed the sulfur in round this way, and we'll get a better throughput rate, and we can store the sulfur up here as well. So I think this is better. Yes, I wouldn't like to say which of us is the genius and which one's insane. It's probably going to be just all of us are insane, I suspect.
They're not mutually exclusive.
True. But they are separate in the song. Pinky and the
yes,
brain.
I mean-
Pinky and the brain.
Is the song really the best way to define sanity? Throwing it out there.
It's been a tradition for a long time.
Okay. If you say so.
Which one's which? Bottom belt is the input, okay.
I'm looking at the catalogues, and I don't like them.
I thought that when I was putting together the upcoming flavors video design because because unlike the other two, I actually designed fully functional systems rather than just pulling stuff out of infinite chests. Which was entirely unnecessary, but it seemed like an interesting thing to do at the time, so I did.
What did you dislike about the catalogues, Mike?
They're just a bit fiddly. They take quite a lot of fun.
It's the
stuff.
fact that to produce which one is it? Teleportation data, you need singularity data and time space data, things like that.
Oh right, the
Oh
Deep
yes.
Space 4 ones.
It's the thing where it does make sense in fairness,
Yee.
but it does also start to feel a bit like bits of IR2, where it was very much feeling by the end like things were just being made complicated for the sake of making it complicated.
There may be
It's like,
elements of that.
there's a thing here and we need to make it more complicated, so you have 2 more intermediates. Or you've got to use this expensive thing from a previous step. Ha ha ha. You're thinking, yeah, I get it, but...
We have a problem.
Really?
We're clearly asking for too much space elevator cable up here because this storehouse is filled up.
That's awkward.
Yeah, I might.
Is it too much elevator cable or is it too much of something else?
Well, the elevator cable is the one that there's the most of
We're asking
numerically.
for 1,000
Oh,
and 500 of the others.
yeah, something's gone wrong. Something's very wrong with the cabling up here. The green cable doesn't actually go to the transmitter. Okay, well that'd be why that's not working then.
No, there is a signal translator here.
Oh yeah, you're right. There is. So over here we have a massive negative number of on the sulfur, which is fair. Although I'm just going to remove that now because we're about to get rid of the sulfur. We're about to bring sulfur up a different way. So I don't know what. Yeah, why have we ended up with 1,300 extra elevator cable? I guess I'll go and have a look at the station at the other end. What are you called? You are Spaceship Extras Drop. So let's go down and have a look on Norvis to see what's going on with Spaceship Extras Pickup, which I hope it's called, because that'd be a nice sort of pleasing symmetry. Let's turn station names on for a moment. Spaceship Extras Pickup. There we go. It's filling up with sulfur, as you'd expect. It doesn't seem to be filling up with... there's a load of rare metals. Oh, no, rare metal is being weird. What's going on with the rare metals here? Why is that being... Huh?
It's being buffered closer and actually buffered up because we were having serious
right,
shortages
okay.
originally.
So that all down there looks okay. Up here, where does the...
It's
Hang
told
on.
to stop at the moment.
Where does it even come in? Where does it come in from?
Isn't it?
Oh, there, this belt. Right, okay. The problem with purple underground belts is they're so bloomin' long, you can't tell where they're coming from. But yeah, up as you say, up here, they are indeed all stopped. So, and the same numbers seem to be coming through down here, so it looks like it's okay. I don't know why that's broken then. We haven't had a power cut in Norbit, have we? No, because if we had a power cut in Norbit, we'd have a power cut on the ground as well. Oh, but then the stuff would still flow through because we're using loaders, not inserters. But still.
Have you seen the amount of power Mark's put up in Norway?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it seems unlikely that we would have run out of power. Very unlikely.
We removed all the defenses and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have crazy amounts of power available at the moment. There is a bit of time lag, but it's not that bad because there's only one. I mean, there's time lag, but it doesn't. But it's there's only one train, so it shouldn't go over. Don't do that. Put it like that. There we go. Don't get it wrong. Right. So I don't need very much space for this one, because this one doesn't need a receiver. I'm just going to have this one transporting sulfur all the time, because I'm lazy. And we need a lot of sulfur. Now the problem with this system is that there's only so much, is that the sulfur is only going to be being brought in at the rate of a single blue belt. Now, I could increase that, to be fair, and maybe I will. Let's find out where it comes from first. Sulfur, sulfur, sulfur. Here we go. I was going to say it should be really, really obvious because it's bright blue, and bright blue, bright yellow, blue belts, yellow sulfur, blue flowers, red thorns, blue flowers, red thorns. Nope, that one. That comes into here. Feed that across. Underground like that, and then rotate that. Oh no, I've rotated that one already. And then up here we can just wire this up and set up the train, and so on and so on and so on. I don't think anything gets taken to that box by bots, so Daredevil. So it shouldn't be that. I mentioned it. I answered the regulars comment about there being a time lag. It's not that, because yes, there is a time lag for the train moving, but the train moves pretty quickly. So, sorry, there is only one train, and it takes into account what's in the train. So that's shouldn't break it. So yeah, it is a mystery to me. Right, what are you called? Oh, you don't be called that. Sulfur for spaceport. And I'm not going to put in another turn round because they have to deal with all these cables. The train's going to... Oh, blimey, it's quite a long way. Oh, well, never mind. So, right, that's the sulfur supply done down at this end. Now I need to go back up to the other end. Not here. Over here. Yeah, can we just do this properly, please?
Tristan, you're doubling up the station? The second train, or?
Where are you talking about?
Spaceport?
That might be me, not Tristan.
Oh, that's you. Oh. Okay,
yes, I'm putting in another train that's going to bring sulfur up constantly because the current just a solid train of sulfur because the current one can't cope.
I currently have plans on boosting all of the train acceleration rates with the booster wasp names, which the Tesla coil things.
Okay,
ooh, nice.
Someone. Oh, Marc doesn't approve of me leaving gaps in the scaffolding.
Yep.
I don't approve of this bot taking so long to bring the station over. Yeah, we're getting through a lot of ice, but I mean that's fair enough. I guess we get through a lot of ice. There will be a brief a continued disruption to the supply of sulfur, but I'm working on it. I was waiting, as I say, waiting for a bot to bring the station over. Oh, thank you, regular. Yes, you're right. Now, unfortunately for streams, I have to post the messages manually because the bot doesn't yet understand when streams start, and I completely forgot to do that because people were talking to me and I got distracted. Oops. Hopefully, a decent number of people will come and find the stream anyway, even though it wasn't advertised properly. I imagine people who are on my Discord server are probably sufficiently dedicated fans that they'll be sort of subscribed or they'll remember it exists or stuff like that. But having not posted it on the Factorio server is a bit of an annoyance. I should have done that. Right, you need to not be Simon Crawley. You need to be Sulfur for spaceport drop. And then I need to set up a train. I will give you a train limit of 1 just in case. It shouldn't ever be relevant, but we'll do that anyway. Right, let's find a train. There will be a train over here for me to steal. There isn't a train for me to steal over here. Damn it. Who stole the train?
I'd be inclined to blame you.
I haven't done a train for ages.
There probably hasn't been a train there for ages.
And I'm reasonably good at remembering, I think. Not in general, but remembering that thing specifically. oh god, what are these things called? So it was sulfur for spaceport drop until empty, and then go down the Norvis primary, and then I can't find it from here because it's going to be over here. Yeah, there you go. Yes, Doopy has it on his calendar. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. So you make sure you never forget. Maybe we should probably make the calendar public so that people can just subscribe to the Laurence Plays calendar, and that way you'd find out about things that were happening. You'd know when things were cancelled, that sort of thing. Sulfur Spaceport, go there until full, and then finally go to Norvis up. There's a lot of stations in there, but don't stop there. Right, I'm sure you're full of batteries by now. Off you go. And now I should do that and that. There you go. I put I put a blueprint for a train in. I imagine that it's going to get built fairly quickly. Okay, so that should now work. We've got belts coming around here, maybe down here, sending a full stream in here. But if any ends up in here because it's gone round the Tarasian loop and come into here for that reason, then it'll be then we'll just we'll pass it through and give it priority because we don't want this chest to fill up too much. However, I will rotate both of these and copy paste that onto there. So they will both now. All four of these will now pass over if there's less than 2,000 in the warehouse here. So just keep us a bit of a supply in there. Deep Space Science catalog production for Rogue Tier 6s. No, I have not. Was that over? Yes, I remember. I did a sort of dump of my inventory and silly things happened. Where was it? Was it down? No, these are all Tier 3s. Yeah, I remember you pointing it out, and I was very confused. And then eventually, I worked out what you meant. It's not along here, but yeah, you're quite right. It did happen somewhere. Oh, is it on my list? Saying exactly where? No, it didn't make it onto the list. So it's not there. So, was it Tier 3 catalogues which are up here? No, I don't think so. No, that's fine. Yeah, it was definitely somewhere. Somewhere there were some Tier 6 modules that I put. Oh, here they are. This machine. Right. So you are what are you? You're an advanced research server. Advanced research servers in the list. Yes, they are, and they're full of 3s. Right. Okay. So that means I can use the module insert. That means I can use this module insert. I can do that, and it'll replace all of those. It looks like that's the only one that's got messed up like that, which makes sense because I think I just went along and dumped. I came along here and I tried to dump out all of these data cards that were in my inventory. So I did a control right click on this side, just put everything over that could, and it turns out I had some speed modules as well, so they got dumped as well. Thank you, Tempe. That was very, very useful. Much appreciated. Okay, so how am I getting on? Oh, actually, let's go and check on the sulfur systemizing. Which is going to be down here. Oop. Yep, so okay. So we have sulfur pouring up here and being put into the train at as fast as it can. As fast as it can without doing more belt upgrades here and there. So I could upgrade the entire sulfur belt to green, but it feels like overkill. I think. I hope. Maybe. I'm not sure. So yeah, we'll chuck all this in here. Human body in its knees. I take it that's your way of saying you were off making dinner when the stream started. Oh, does the sulfur train not have batteries? I thought it. Oh yes, you're right. I didn't put the thing in over here.
Marc. Yes.
For the snowdrop spaceport thing, that's not measuring anything to do with the output inserters for whether they're holding anything. Should I just copy paste the right hand side of Njord? Because it's early enough that it's the old design.
Yes, probably yes. Or you use the blueprint and paste it somewhere and get it from there.
Yeah, I'll do that just in case. Thank you.
Yeah, Njord has some funny business with colors there, which you edit.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely funny business. Taras has delivered
Yeah,
some sulfur, so that's going to sort things out for a little while, but only for a little while. Yeah, because as ever, Stardust is just ravenous for sulfur, which is why we need so much more of it. It's all the Naquium processing, basically. It uses crazy amounts of sulfur, both in the stage in making the acid to mine it up, and then also over on Talos, wherever over here for the Talos N for making acid there. It just uses so much of it for making vast quantities of acid for all our different systems. Right, so
your new station for the sulfur drop isn't connected with the green cable, correct?
it's not. It doesn't matter. I've just told the train to just run all the time, so it'll sit up here. It's a very simple train. So go from A to B, full cargo, empty cargo. It's not doing anything clever, so it can just sit here as far as I'm concerned, and that'll be absolutely fine.
Okay.
Right, so there we go.
Have you stopped the other train from requesting sulfur?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just took it off the shopping list, so it's. I haven't disconnected the belts or anything down on Norvis, but I've taken it off the shopping list, so it's not asking for it anymore.
It could be a bit on belts still, but it'll sort itself out.
Exactly. Yeah, I haven't broken the system that'll pass it through, so if any more does turn up, it'll still be absolutely fine. In fact, it would be absolutely fine to have it bringing it up as well, but it'll just put even more load on that one poor single blue belt at the bottom that's trying to bring it all through. You're quite right, Doopy. The entire factory is currently doing acid, and we can't keep up with the supply. Those belts are nice and good. You can see the sulfur racing the rare metals along here and winning rather handily because it's on a belt that's literally twice as fast.
I noticed that construction bots are faster than logistics bots.
Okay,
I saw 2 flying across Norvis.
that's interesting. I did not know that. Right, so how am I doing? Shortage of blue circuits on space bus. Did I skip over that? Yes, I did. Okay, so I noticed there was a shortage. Where did I notice there was a shortage of blue circuits? On the space bus. Okay. Oh yes, because they were going in to be made into super advanced computers up here. So at the moment, it seems to be all right. Following us all the way down, the belt is full all the way down here. So maybe it was a hiccup, or maybe we just haven't got to the point where there was a problem yet. So that actually seems to be absolutely fine. Let's have a look. This is not Norvis. This is Snowdrop. This is Why do I not? What? I don't understand. Why do I not have a Norvis in my
Slightly
history?
further to the bottom left, there's the current surface moon and sun.
Oh yeah, I forget that. I was not. I was loosely aware that exists, but only very loosely. Okay, so we have, and over here we're producing blue circuits. We have 425 stacks of them, so I don't think there's a problem here. That's weird. I wonder why there was a shortage of them in the stream when I was looking at things then. Oh well, it is absolutely fine at the moment, so I'm not going to try and fix it because it ain't broke. Yay, white on yellow. That's some good contrast. Well done, Laurence. So shortage of blue circuits on space bus. Why? It doesn't seem to be. Okay. Sorted out the shortage of speed modules. Fixed sulfur to big grid ship. Fixed sulfur to the spaceport with a separate train. Hopefully that's fixing it. If not, we're going to have to put a second train on the line and somewhere for it to sit up the top. And that's getting a bit crazy. Do we have a shortage of uranium? So I wondered about this because, and then if so, is it worth making it from matter? Well, I haven't done the maths to work out whether it's worth making it from matter, but I also haven't looked in to see whether it matters. Now, Tristan said that previously these warehouses were quite full, which is why he put in the overspill down here. However, at the moment, the train is nearly full up here. I guess we'll.
I think we didn't have a uranium sink for a long time, and then we added, or we started using the tritium things.
Oh, okay. Right, so it's possible that we do have a shortage of uranium because we had a huge stockpile of it. So Tristan put in a sink for it, and then we've started using it, and we've ripped through the supply we had stacked up here.
Yeah, the sink hasn't processed any.
Okay,
We haven't wasted any.
that's good. The train is two of the wagons are full. The other two are very nearly full, waiting for another 53 there and another 100 and something there. It's going to take a little while for that much to trickle through. But sooner or later...
We have a good stockpile over the uranium processing area.
Okay.
We don't have any ore here.
Oh, it's the ore specifically that I'm commenting on, so...
Yeah.
Right. So where's this train going?
We have plenty of the actual...
Going to a uranium... This one's going out to a uranium mine, which is way off to the north. Okay. And... it has absolutely no uranium. Okay. Good. So that train's going to get here and then just go... Okay, so uranium might be a problem. It's not an emergency yet, so I'm sort of tempted to say, let's leave it for this stream, and then I'll try and scrape together enough time to do the maths and work out whether we should be going off and trying to, whether we should be trying to start making it from matter, because that is a thing we can do now, whether it is remotely worth doing those sort of things, or whether we should be going off to a uranium primary and digging up uranium from there. And do we have it? Yes, we do. There's the planet of no, that's in the orbit of Alacrity. Where is Kalidus? Scroll. Calamity. Wait, what? Are these not enough? Yeah, they are enough, but there should be enough alphabetical order. Oh, it's because this is... No, the threshold of naught should mean it. I'm very confused. Kalidus, here we go. Kalidus orbit. Right, so do we have a uranium primary? We do. It is Crane, which is a long way out. And has...
I just watched the train arrive here and depart immediately, despite the fact there's nothing there for it, and that's very confusing.
Try this one. What are you? You are Norbit's Module
yes,
City.
Yes, because it's being told to leave immediately because there's no...
no waiting stuff, but it's just
one. Mike,
no
fix the iridium.
Up at the top, so it's being told go straight away.
Okay, so okay, fine, right. Yeah, okay. So I mean, iridium is working, or it's working now.
There is a short. I can tell you. Well, I can tell you. There's a shortage of iridium girders over there.
Oh, over there, yeah.
I can tell you there's a shortage of iridium in the iridium station. In the byproducts. Sorry, no, not the byproducts. The intermediates production. So yeah, there is a shortage of iridium, and that's what's caused that train system to break. Unfortunately, the leave right now if you don't have any of something system breaks if there isn't any of something being supplied.
Kothar 2 is just sat there in Novus orbit, as in waiting to anchor. Just sat there like, oh, what do I do?
Yeah, because we actually wanting to use that. I thought that was
full.
added and then...
It's got...
He's right, it is full.
15-20k of iridium ingots on it.
I don't know why it's not auto-anchored.
Neither do I.
Yes, I do. It's not. It's anchored to target right clamp number has not been set. It's on 9,900 and whatever.
Okay, what should it be?
Don't know.
Someone have a look. Don't all shout at once. Blimey, I have to do it myself, aren't I? Oh. Right. Oh,
30.
Thanks.
No, you are just enabling him.
I know.
30, okay. And there we go.
I wanted some iridium though because I feel sort of responsible for Space Module City because I built it, so I'd like it to work.
I think technically, Marc, we're enabling Laurence.
It varies.
No comment. Okay, so with both ships actually working, that should do a lot better. And I fixed all things. What was the stone thing you were saying about Marc not working?
I'll check it's Kothar.
Why bring it down here? Why not just go straight underneath all of this? Yeah, you're probably right. I probably could have gone straight from here to here. Yes, I could have done. That would be just a single... That would work with the deep space belt. Because I didn't think of it. I forget how far they can go underground, basically.
I'm not sure. I think
Yeah, that's not necessary. So what I've done is I've added a pump there, and more importantly, pumps there, because the pressure was far too low. Because you've got this tank storage capacity of what is it, 225k across the fluid system, and it was just sitting there going, 0.1 will go down the pipe. So it's sped right up again now that that's a thing. So yes, that is reversed, but that's because this here, which is the overflow from the Iridium mines, more than does it.
And yes, Regular is completely right. Belt braiding is horrible and disgusting. We don't do that around here.
Oh, it's horrible.
Unless there's an absolute emergency. We don't. In this house, we obey the laws of physics.
I'm not sure because you are short of hydrogen chloride.
Hello, Hohenheim.
I can turn it back on. It's fine.
I think they changed the recipes for that, so the system might have been okay before, but
turn that off.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've fired them back on. In fairness, they are guarded against overloading the warehouse, so yeah, let's give it a whirl.
Does anyone have any feelings for any Norvis to Norbit trains that could do with speed boosts?
Thank you very much.
The Sulfur seems to actually probably be okay now, so that might not need it. Oh yeah, it was pointed out in the comments that this area around here is actually insufficient. Well, it's pointless having the deep space belts here because we've got the normal loaders. So let's do that, and let's not actually worry about it for the time being because at the moment it's absolutely fine, and also it's kind of there's a lot flowing through, and I don't want to break it temporarily while we fix everything. So I think. Let's just leave that and not put Strongbox in here for the time being. What we would do, of course, is put another one of these loaders here and another one here, and then a splitter here, so that you can have so you can flow it all in and all back out the other side. But especially given that we're trying to disenclogulate all of this contaminated scrap at the moment, I think I'm inclined to leave this as is, and then maybe fix it later once we've sorted this problem out, and we're not going to just make things worse. How are Stardust and Talos doing? That's a good question. We'll have a look. I'll definitely want to have a look at those at some point. Regular says that belt braiding with Deep Space Underground is okay because they use Naquium Tesseracts, which means you're braiding through the 4th dimension. I like the justification, and if I ever do braid with them, then I shall use it. All right. What was the other thing? There was a Deep Space Science coolant has a pylon blocking a duct, as Regular pointed out. So over here, when this was built, yes, here we go. You are not supposed to be there. You are supposed to be a duck. There we go. That's cracked it. Tristan is supposed to be looking for more control units for advanced science. Mike is supposed to be
Immosite crystals.
Okay. Mike is supposed to be thinking about unloading arcospheres more quickly, perhaps with a superior inserter onto the sushi belt, and also thinking about upgrading arco processing to deep space belts because that'll run things around faster, and also fixing Kothar. But those are all him problems.
So Kothar is fixed. What were the ones?
Upgrading the arco processing belts to deep space belts so everything just moves around twice as quickly. My webcam's a bit low. I've just noticed.
I'm not totally convinced that's necessary, but it's doable.
It's not vital. It was. I mean, these all have. I'm not showing the to-do list at the moment, but these all have question marks on the end. So it's sort of that means they're things for you to think about, not things that I think you need to do.
Yeah.
And the other one was getting the arcospheres out of the box a bit quicker by perhaps using a superior inserter. But if you do want to do that, you'll need to start making superior inserters because I don't think we have any.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I think it's all working fine.
Okay, good.
Although it's a little off balance again.
So how many science per minute are we supposed to be doing at the moment these days? What's the current number?
Oh, I don't know. Every time I get the number out, you go, no!
I think still 16. around about that.
Okay, so we need you to be chucking enough science packs out for us to make one for us to make 16 every minute.
16 every second. Okay.
I corrected myself.
You did.
I mean, that's also fine.
I'm not sure it is. I don't think the rest of the factory's going to be able to keep up with that.
Yeah.
I need more arcospheres because 96 is not that many.
Oh, that's the thought. Let's have a look at the that ship, and then because I came up with about 3 different ways it could be rescued, and someone in chat or in the comment section came up with a 4th one. So we've got up to 5,600 degrees C. I don't think that's going to be. Well, it's not in. I wouldn't feel confident trying to bring it home with that. I think it would just get lost in somewhere in deep space, and I don't know what happens if you get lost halfway between Fenestra and the real universe. But I suspect it's not pretty. So yeah, the options we came up with. One is just wait, and eventually this has got quite a lot of beam power pointing at it. So eventually it'll get up to a decent temperature. 1A is to go out to Calidus orbit and upgrade those beam transmitters to produce a lot more power and beam a lot more power over here, so it charges up a bit more quickly. I don't think that's really worth the extra effort though.
Yeah.
Option number 2 is to fly out here with an antimatter reactor, which will be able to burn through some antimatter fuel cells, which we have a decent supply. And if it's placed right next to the energy beam receiver, it will also warm it up, and then we can use that to transfer the heat into the energy beam receiver to then enable the ship to fly back. Option number 3 is to fly out here with the deep space exploration ship, park next to it, and then dig a hole through the middle and run some Naquium heat pipes from one energy beam receiver to the other, so the heat can be transferred that way. That would probably be the easiest one. However, there is the small risk of accidentally pulling too much heat out of one and neither of them being able to make it back. Although actually, no, I don't think that would happen, because I think they both get to 7,500. And I'm pretty sure that would be enough for them to get back. So I think that should be okay. The 4th option, and probably the least desirable one, is to come out here, do a cut, pick up the entire thing, take it home, and paste it back into position.
Yeah, that last one just feels
cheaty
haxy.
And wrong. And, yeah, exactly. So I think the 2 and 3 are probably... Actually, no. 1C is to just leave it trying to warm up gradually off the beam receiver, but fly out here with the deep space exploration ship, nick all the good stuff out of the chest, and just use the deep space exploration ship to go off arcosphere hunting for a little while until this one heats back up again. Deathly silence.
Yep, all things.
Yeah, option 1 would waste. Sorry, option 4 would waste all the antimatter in these fuel tanks across here, which is also bad because there is a lot of it in these. Actually, now look at it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't like that idea for lots of reasons. So yeah, I think so. The easiest one is ignore the problem, wait for it to heat up, and and use the deep space exploration ship for a couple of weeks until it's ready. And it'll be fine. Eventually it'll be okay, and we can start using it again. And that's probably okay as long as I don't need to go out to Stardust at any point. And if I do, I suppose I can hitch a ride out there when it's going out there to do some arcosphere stuff. But I think Stardust is probably okay at the moment. And although we're about to check on it. The other 2 are a bit more interesting because they involve actually going off and doing a rescue mission. But sometimes you just can't be bothered to do a rescue mission, I guess. And it's easier just to use the other ship.
Yeah, I'm having a quick look at how hard it would be to make a what's it called? Reactor, antimatter reactor.
Okay.
Are you sure that I didn't make them?
No, I'm not sure.
No, in a word. That's a very pointed comment, Mark.
Are you sure whether you made them or not, Mark?
One's on its way. There's 2 in logistics storage.
Okay.
Fixed it.
Hooray! Well, you still need to fly out to Fenestra and drop it in, but it's
that's the easy bit. Let's be honest.
It is indeed.
Okay. Do I need pipes as well?
You mean heat pipes?
Heat pipes, yeah.
Not if you can put it in right next to the beam receiver.
I'm going to science this one the proper way by planning. I'm going to use my super tactical... You're going to love this, whether you want to or not. Where's it gone? I lost it. There it is.
Yeah, I think you might just be able to put it...
So what fuel does it take?
Antimatter.
Yeah,
I
antimatter.
believe it's the
canisters.
antimatter capsules, the same ones that you use to make
Yeah.
your Arcosphere collectors.
That was the reason I built them initially.
Oh, okay.
Ah, no worries.
Um,
I'm just going to take one stack with me.
We could upgrade the beam power, but I think Fenestra is far enough away that partly I don't think we can be bothered to wait for a beam receiver to heat up all the way out here. Although we could bring one out in a ship that's been preheated. That works. But also, I think we probably just set up a reactor out here, possibly one of these antimatter reactors, to provide the power that's required for the Stargate. Of course, we don't know how much power it actually requires yet. Yes, we do. It's 1 megawatt. I think there's more than 1 megawatt coming in off this beam, to be honest.
I will bet you that 1 megawatt is just like construction platform on it. And that's
maybe.
just a sort of nominal placeholder, because 1 megawatt doesn't fly. If it is based off the film Stargate, then they talk about using vast numbers of supercomputers to work out what's going on and plot courses, and they talk about using
that's why we have to put in lots and lots of vacuum
generators
process and superconductor cables into it for it to do things.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it requires more power than that. However, there are many options, of which the easiest one is you park a spaceship next to it and plug it in. I ran my entire Naquium production facility off that method in my 0.5 run, so it is quite viable. Although actually no, sort of slightly different to that. It was pump water through the spaceship to boil it, and then pump the steam back out, and then generate the power from that in the outpost. But there are many ways, including just putting in a system of antimatter reactors over here. No, Arc Raven, we are not going to teleport someone out to the ship because that is blatantly cheating. Voiding stuff is borderline cheating, but it's sufficiently borderline that we don't like doing it, but we will consider it occasionally, at least for mineral water. Teleporting out to a ship is blatantly straight up cheating. We're not going to do that. Yes, Radjack. There are sort of slightly secretive things around here, but we are making progress there.
Yeah, it's that. I like the puzzle solving side of that, and it has very much piqued my interest. In that, it's from what we've seen so far, it looks like a relatively straightforward mathematical problem. Although that leads me to believe that we're missing something. Probably input data. Have any? This is my first time playing space exploration far enough to get off the actual Norvis in the first place. Laurence and Tristan have both finished it. Mark, have you finished it with the archaeology?
No. None of us have done archaeology.
None of us have done. Okay, fine. So
we're all in the same boat.
There is. But I suspect we've got a missing input.
Yeah, and as I was saying in the video, there is. I've noted so far that there is a match-up between the shapes that we see in the Informatron in the star mapping research thing, and the shapes that we've been finding in pyramids as we travel around. I actually found a match. The Talosian one was. I can't remember which one of them it was now. I think it might have been the second one down in star mapping. But there was definitely a match between two of them, and I put big arrows on the video, so you should all have seen it.
Yeah.
So there is a match there. I suspect that as we do more long-range star mapping and go out to more pyramids, we'll probably find more matches as well. But we shall see.
Yeah.
That's a fair point, Temper. Yes, for the Arco unloading, we could just use a superior long or long filter inserter. It's the superior that matters. The length doesn't. The length is much less important. Yes, Rajak. Well, I'm afraid from this point onwards, for anyone who hasn't done the archaeological victory themselves and is planning to, well, actually not really. At this point, there's going to be a little bit of idle discussion around it because we don't really know anything. But in the not too distant future, we are going to actually start trying to solve the puzzle, and at that point, the stream will become somewhat spoilery. Yes. So we've had a spaceship arrive out here in Realm of Shadows. That was 0.5 in Stardust, and it's unloaded a load of sulfur. So we're making a load of acid, and there was a load of crushed naquitite ready for it to pick up. So it's already gone. So the system over here is working pretty well. It's I think the ships are bringing in the sulfur that is used to produce the acid to produce the naquitite for the next ship, rather than having to bring in their own and then wait for the whole processing thing to happen. If we take a look out into deep space, we'll see, yes, there's the Dustier heading away. Stardust Express is on its way in. I suspect by the time Stardust Express arrives here, we're going to find that we've filled these warehouses back up again, and we're already more than 20% full. It's ticking over quite nicely. In fact, let's have a look. So it's gone that far than 20%. So that's 40, 60, 80. Yeah, I think we're easily going to have filled up by the time the Stardust Express arrives.
Okay, I'm about ready to go on this rescue mission.
Okay.
Is there, with this ship here, is there anything that people want to warn me about before I set off into the great unknown?
I'm trying to think if there's anything we've missed. My biggest surprise actually is how small that antimatter reactor was. I was expecting it to be a bit bigger, but so you don't need any water or plumbing or anything, because you're not planning to do any sort of anything liquid based, because all of that is already on the ship. All you're trying to do is cook the thing and heat it up. Do you have a decent number of those capsules? Because it's going to take
50.
quite a lot of energy. 50 sounds like it should be plenty.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think there's anything else missing.
No, you want more?
I think you should take like 5 stacks, 250 or something, because the reactor has to heat up to the...
True.
before any
I would
heat gets
expect
transferred.
2 or 3 to be enough from my victory ship.
My feeling was 10 would be probably enough, and therefore 50 seemed like plenty. But there's no harm in taking more than 50, because if you don't use them, you just bring them back and they get turned into arcosphere collectors. So
true. I mean, at the moment we've only got 56.
Oh, okay.
In existence.
Oh yeah, because it was only building up to 50, wasn't it? Because that seemed like a good number. I mean, there's another 50 in the chest down here.
Are there?
Yeah.
That's
although there's 52 about to be picked up apparently through sort of magic.
Oh no, sorry, 54 on the way. Minus 2 in storage. Gotcha. Okay, so it's 52 on the way, 50 in my pocket. Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay,
so
I'll take 100 then.
Okay. Rajak says he knows how the the Arca puzzle works, the archaeological Arca puzzle works, so he's not going to be dropping any spoilers. Good, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Doopy says check the temperature of the deep space exploration ship before you go. That's an excellent idea, because we feel very silly.
The good news is I've already done that.
Okay, good.
I thought of that one.
No God says have you packed
very into.
No God says have you packed enough clean underwear, because it's a long way out there and you might get scared.
I got 2 pairs of boxes. That's 8 days. Yes,
inside,
backwards,
inside,
out, forwards.
Yep, that sounds good.
Inside, backwards. Yep.
Hohenheim also says is the ship warm enough? Regular says have you got your do you know where your towel is? Mr. Divinity says
I always know where my towel is. That's
what kind of hoopy fruit are you?
Exactly.
Divinity says he knows. Do we know what the goal of Fenestra is? We believe that the objective is to open up a Stargate that will allow us to go home. So there are 2 victory conditions that, as far as we're aware, in space exploration. There is build a victory ship, which is a ship that goes very fast and can go a very, very long way, so presumably can take you home. And also there is, hey, here's a Stargate, and there is a victory condition associated with it. So it feels logical, and also there are some clues in the Informatron that suggest that maybe we came here through the Stargate, and that's why and then the ship exploded because we did it wrong, or I don't know. Tempe says that the archaeological stuff is going to require a lot of power, but we'll find out later. Doopy also wants us to make sure the ship is hot enough. I think he said that twice, so that was the same person both times. No God says make sure you've got a Halifax Clarity card out there, so you could because transferring currency from local to local currency transversion is more expensive than through your bank. C-Same says hi C-Same, welcome.
That's a really subtle plug there for a specific bank, isn't it?
It's funny actually, because that's the one I've stopped using, because I've now got another card that's actually better, but it's the one I used for so long that it was the first one that came to mind.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
I've got another 96 things on the way, and they're really taking their time.
That's because bots are slow, and they probably half of them probably crashed on the way over and left them somewhere out in deep space. Well, no, shallow space. We're in orbit here.
They don't crash that often.
No, I exaggerate a little bit for comic effects, but I mean,
it's irritating when they crash.
You can look around the map and you can see all the little blue dots in the areas that aren't covered by what's name. There's 10 pieces of scaffolding here and another 10 here. And
hang on. This what I zoomed in on turned out to be a pylon. Oh, that's another pylon. Hang on. Working on it. Yeah, there we are. 4
There's some down here
blue
as well.
Wascolds. Oh no, we're doomed.
Doopy says you should fly over it and get them yourself. Lazy. Hohenheim points the goal of space exploration is the same as vanilla. Yeah, well, that's because space exploration is sort of an extension of vanilla Factorio in a way. It's just taking it to the next level. That instead of a rocket that will just take you off to wherever you're going, you need to make a spaceship that will take you off there. So and then that requires getting things from lots and lots of different planets. So yeah, it's the same sort of theme.
Yeah. The two biggest differences, or no, the single biggest difference really, is the multi-surface logistics challenge.
Yeah.
Where you've got to move stuff between surfaces. That is a big difference from my point of view.
A lot of the other things that are added in. I mean, it's the same but more complicated. So. Yeah, like I think you've said before, Mike, a lot of these recipes are something like you have to make some of these things and get some of this, and when you feed it through, you'll get these things back. And you've got that sort of thing in Factorio. One of the big things it adds in a lot of is loopbacks, where you produce something that you then need to then go back to the input and be prioritized properly. But that's not a particularly complicated and difficult. Oh, we're running out of these things. Not a particularly difficult thing to add in. So
but it's also really irritating, because what happens is every build you do, you sit there saying, do I put the priority input splitter here or there? I've solved the problem.
Yeah.
Just do I put it in position 1 or position 2?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I understand that entirely. But so you can sort of solve it. Yeah, on one either of those two ways. There's the multi-surface logistics thing, as Mike was saying. I think there's one or two. I feel like there's one or two other things. Oh, you have byproducts that you need to work through, and deal with, and that's much less of a thing in vanilla.
It's only oil in vanilla that has byproducts.
Yeah, and even then, the byproducts can all be turned into the main product, because the main one you get through is petroleum gas, and the other two can be just turned straight into it. Whereas in this, you have things like you'll produce a load of stone in one place, and you need to do something with it, so you don't fill up.
99% of the time, it's just turn it into landfill.
Well, I mean, it could, but then you need to do something with the landfill eventually, even if that's have 1 million warehouses for it. In our system, the thing that you do with everything is just chuck it all in a spaceship and let the system back on Norvis sort it out. However, that's because we built up the system to deal with it.
Yeah, which is fair, and you do just let it get dealt with because chuck it in an existing system. Yeah. But it still does boil down to ultimately what you're doing is landfilling a lake.
Yeah, we do have 5 warehouses at landfill.
No, yeah. Ideally, you don't turn any of it into landfill. You have it so you've got enough. You have enough process stuff that you're using things for. So a lot of the stone gets used up for making circuits, for example. So you're bringing and to the point where we went over to Andragon because we were short of stone. So we were going. Oh, we don't have enough stone. And so at that point, if you go off to another primary for each resource, so you have an iron primary, a stone primary, a copper primary, etc., etc., etc. You then get to the point where you need to make sure you prioritize your inputs. So you're using up the stuff that comes out of the core processing first. Then you use up the stuff that comes out that's brought over by the spaceships, and then you use the stuff that's brought over from the primary. So that's another bit, a slight puzzle in there. So you have to think about that prioritization with your logistics system. Let Tristan sort it out. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. There are various ways to program systems to blow stuff up, but again, that's sort of we're trying not to generally void stuff, and I was going to say we've done reasonably. We have landfilled a lake or two in our time, but we're trying not to do that too much.
Yeah.
I'm just noting.
I mean, obviously, I know that Arundel's not finished with the mod yet, and it's got a lot more to go on the roadmap. It does feel a little bit like you've got a couple of cool problems to solve, and then you end up with, once you put down your 1000th priority input splitter, you've solved that problem.
Yeah, that is one that shows up quite a lot.
Or you've got your 20th planet where you're going, oh, okay, right, let's just make sure that stone definitely goes to the right outpost to get sorted out. Which, in fairness, we're doing everything in orbit, because as much as I would love to have a sort of sprawling space station in 4 or 5 different places, including asteroid belts and so on, we just do everything in either Norvis or Norbit.
Yeah, yes, everywhere else just produces things and ships it back to just one central location. Yeah, it would have been, in theory, it'd be quite nice to have, say, for example, a system on Agnea where spaceships arrive there and then they'll go directly from Agnea to Kothar to take the take the Vulcanite over, for example. But we've decided we ended up going, well, we could do that. Well, actually, we had two choices, both of which were potentially interesting. One was to have spaceships. One was to have the spaceships that go from many different places to many different places, like that. And the other one was to have spaceships that carry many different things. And and both of those are potentially interesting. But we went for the spaceships that carry lots and lots of different things, and will carry one thing out and another thing back. And that means that you need one central place where everything comes from. So it could have gone either way. Oh, and hello, Ashley. Welcome to the stream, and thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome with the spaceship video. There will be another one. In fact, there's another video all about how these spaceships work, because they're quite a lot more complicated than the one I made in that original tutorial. And that came out last Thursday for supporters, and it comes out this Thursday for non-supporters. So if you want an early sneak preview, then well, become a channel supporter. If you or alternatively you're feeling reasonably patient, you can just wait until Thursday and watch it then. Was there any other messages in there I was meant to be responding to? I got sort of sidetracked. If I've missed your message, sorry. I need to fix my. Yes. please say it again or something, I'll try and notice it the second time it goes past. So, speaking of other things that are new to Factorio, recycling all this rubbish is something that's new as well. So I notice now that all the contaminated scrap that was coming in from the left, which means biological science. No, hang on, biological deals with its own. Where's that coming from then? Maybe it was coming from. Oh, it's been coming from over here, the deep space science, I guess. So, yeah, okay. So all of that has been dealt with now. So that's one of the inputs sorted. Over here, we've still got quite a lot of it still coming out of the energy and matter science. The belts are moving though. They're moving at a. Okay, this one's not moving. They're moving, but not at the rate I would like them to be moving at. Jeez, we had so much scrap, so much junk that's just making its way through now gradually and pouring into the recycling system over here. We just can't deal with it. Yeah, okay, this has now become the problem that we're wondering if it actually would. So let's take that out. And take that out. And put in another one of them there. No. There? Because then I can take... Then that's gone. I can put in a strong box here. And then lodomatrons there, there, and there. This is going to make it worse for a moment. And then it's going to make it better, hopefully. Yeah, we do spend a certain amount of time just staring at things going... Why doesn't this work? What is going? Why are you bad? And that sort of thing. Sometimes I spend time staring at Mike, going, "Why are you bad?" But at the moment, it's the base. Yeah. So yeah, we spend quite a lot of time trying to work out why things are going on, and sometimes I spend quite a bit of time thinking of staring at things because I've got distracted by a question from chat, and so I'm just looking at it and talking about things while I try and build. So it varies. Okay, there's the box. So we can now start pulling that in. So that's going to make that a bit better. Double pulling in now. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. This is now. We've made sure we've definitely relieved the pressure on the input here. So the junk data cards can flow in as fast as pretty much as fast as they want. And then as soon as we get the output on here, well, we can start emptying this box as well because it's filling up damn quickly. It's 20% full already. Oh no, I'm not blaming chat. It's nice to chat with you guys because it's interesting and gives me something. It gives me things to talk about the why. When someone says why on earth, why have you done such and such a thing? That's really interesting because it gives me an opportunity to then sort of talk about the theories and the plans behind the design and well why things are, why we've done something the way we have, because there might be a reason, you never know, or it might just be because it seemed like a good idea at the time and we're just a bit confused. Either is quite possible.
I was going to say 90% of the time it's because we can.
Oh yeah, that's sometimes quite often that is a reason. Yes, yeah. I mean it's a pretty good reason, I think.
Yeah, why are we draining Androgen of every single resource we can possibly drain off it?
That's definitely because we can. Why have you made your spaceship so complicated? Because we can. Yeah. Why have you? why have you made a video talking about here are our 8 favourite ways to process arcospheres? Because we can, because it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Right, that's hopefully taken a little bit of the pressure off here. I don't know. It's at the very least this box can now fill up twice as quickly as it was before, so we can have twice as many junk data cards coming along here and going in. The number in this box is gradually going down, so we are processing through them faster than they're coming in, which is a relief. Because if an entire deep space belt of cards going out wasn't enough, actually I don't think it is quite a full deep space belt. No, it's clogged up at the end there, but it's faster than it was before. Yeah, exactly. Because I think a lot of the interest in Factorio comes from doing things because you can, because the idea struck you and it seemed interesting. So of course you're going to go off and build it, even if it's not necessarily the most efficient way to do things, even if there are ways that are technically better. Doing something an interesting way is a pretty good reason to do it. To do it, I think. I think we might need to upgrade more of this to deep space belts. What? Oh, actually, we've got a clog down here. Why is this clogged? Oh, it's clogged because we've got so many of the good memory cards trying to make their way through the system that it's jammed up. We're blocked on good memory cards being passed down to go into the train to be reused again in the factory system. That's a ridiculous thing to be jammed up on. Now, it's only jammed because the belts are full and they are flowing. We haven't filled the box up at the bottom, but there's so many of them trying to be crammed in there that's what's causing the belts further upstream to jam up a bit. Let's give this one a poke and say I don't want you to have an input priority for a moment, so we can let those ones through. Let this scrap start flowing again. That hasn't helped at all because the scrap needs to flow down this belt as well. I don't know why I bothered doing that. If it wasn't fast enough, time to upgrade the machines. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. I think it's the belts rather than the machines that are the slow point at the moment. In fact, that's a good point. Where's my upgrading the beltomatron blueprint? Here it is. This one.
It's down to a single loader at the other end.
Yeah, but I'm thinking if I can get this belt carrying both cards and scrap, then for at least this bit, that's going to
only up to
yeah, that's going to allow this belt to start flowing and get and help us with this clog. I believe you bring scrap down to the surface to benefit from productivity modules. So we're processing the switch over to map mode because I can scroll faster. We are processing scrap here down into the ores. But then we're feeding the ores down to Norvis, so they go over into this station here, where trains that are going down will pull in here. They'll grab a load of ore if it's available, and then take it down. So the ore processing is done on Norvis, but the scrap processing is still done up in space. We probably could put in an additional step here to take the scrap to do the scrap to take the scrap down instead of the ores down and process that on the ground. We haven't, but we probably could.
We did consider it and decided not to.
Yeah, I can't remember why, but we decided not to.
Probably the scrap processing doesn't use productivity modules?
It's possible. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Because I know we have some scrap processing on Norvis from when we used to... From the things that produce scrap on Norvis, funnily enough. That's these bunnies up here. I don't know. I can't tell. I thought when you mouse over these things, it tells you what you can put in there. But if there's already a speed module in there, then it doesn't tell you. Yes, we've got Mark II supercomputers formatting the cards, yes.
Yeah, so the scrap processing on Norvis is using speed modules, not productivity.
That would suggest that you can't use productivity down here, because we probably have used productivity here if you could. So, yeah, that's that then. Hey, Jimmy, welcome. Yes, I'm definitely also very interested in seeing the... in the big Factorio update. I think basically as soon as that comes out, I'm going to be dropping everything and doing various streams on it just immediately, just because it's the big new thing. It's going to be very, very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, every time they release an article talking about what new stuff they've put into it, it's just something. It's just either it's integrating something from a mod that I really, really like, and that's why I use the mod. Like some of the things they've been putting in that are sort of LTN style things. Some of it, like the multi-level railways and the and I'm even interested in the quality system. I think that's going to be quite interesting to have a look at.
Oh, by me.
Suddenly, Mike, what have you done? Are you drifting off into space? Oh, you've landed inside the shield. I see.
It turns out that that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Why is this now generating power?
It's pulling
Why
power
does-
from your ship.
From my ship? No. Don't do that.
Who let Mike fly?
Oh no.
Spill items mod. Oh, is that when items fall off the end of the belt? That sounds like a horrible idea.
Don't back again, you Oh.
Going well. Then.
Right, Colon says scrap processing does not take productivity modules, and processing. So that's probably why we did it, because yes, if you process scrap, you turn one scrap into 35% of something and some heavy oil. And also I believe that all of the ores stack up higher than scrap does. So that's probably why we're processing scrap up here, because so instead of being able to take 10 pieces of scrap or 20 pieces of scrap down per stack, whatever it stacks to, I don't know. I can find out by looking in here. 50. Oh no, it's 50. Okay, so it's 50 and 50. So instead of being able to take 50 pieces of scrap down per load, you end up being able to take the product of 150 pieces of scrap down, roughly. So it's a lot more efficient. Oh, okay, that's slightly different from what I expected, Rajak. Yeah, that could be maybe a horrible mess, but it would make it much less upsetting when a coronal mass ejection hits your green circuit storage area, which happened to me in my last run, so that was destructive. Yeah, the AI changes to the bots is going to be very, very interesting. Why am I separating the white cards from the belts and then re-adding it? I don't know, because this area has grown and been tweaked and retweaked and botched and modified. It's grown very, very organically, put it that way, and so it's probably... We probably did something because it seemed like a good idea at the time, and now it's a little bit silly, and if we ripped the whole lot out and redid it, we'd do it differently. But we're not. We haven't ripped it out, and we aren't ripping it out and redoing it because that way lies madness. So how are we getting on? I mean, there's still three steep space belts of stuff flowing in here. This bit's slightly stuttery. Is it even worth going through and trying to work out why every single bit of thing is running slower than it might be? Probably not. I think I'm just gonna assume.
I'm stuck.
What are you stuck to? Or on? Oh.
I can't get back in.
How did you get out?
Through the door.
No, but
Let me help you.
Thank you.
no, but what? Because you had to go through the shields to get out of the ship. So
One way. Watch. You can go one. Oh, Marc's taking them all down. You can. So I can't go. Or can I do it in flying? I probably can when flying. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you probably
go through that way, but I can't go through. Oh. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Speak for yourself. I mean, yes.
Okay, I'm going to, before this gets drained of too much heat, just fly off. I've grabbed the stuff that I need for Arcosphere collection.
You are still over 9,900. You've used 88.06 degrees C in your entire shenaniganery so far. So you're okay for a while.
Yeah, but
yeah, I can understand not wanting to waste it. But yeah, yes, you might as well just leave that. Have you picked up all of the Arcosphere collectors from the other ship? You haven't picked up all of the Arcosphere collectors from the other ship?
Not all, but I've picked up enough.
Okay, all right then. One other thought. Does the antimatter reactor produce any outputs?
Yes, it does.
Have you got an emptier for it?
Hang on.
You haven't got an emptier for it.
Distance. Bear with.
So if it produces spent fuel cells, which it does, or magnetic canisters, yeah,
you can turn it round.
You can turn it round. Okay, yeah, that works.
Like so.
All right, that's valid. I also note that some
stop inserting it.
Also, some of the
we don't want 48 in there.
Some of the heat that's being produced by the antimatter reactor is going into charging the ship up. Now, I don't think this necessarily matters, but the high temperature heat exchanger is going to get confused. Hang on, why is this even working? Oh no, they're discharging now in order to power everything.
Because they pull power out of.
Yeah, bad for your spaceship. No, that's fine. I noticed that. I thought it was because because when the high temperature heat exchanger was rotated, it was then getting heat out of the antimatter reactor. But no, it's not. It's pointing the other way. So that's definitely not what's happening. I'm just
This ship could
confused.
probably be used now, to be honest.
Yeah, it probably could. Do you want to? You could send it off to another set of.
Well, what I would do is I'd send it back to Norbit to recharge fully.
It doesn't have a launch thing, it doesn't look like.
What do you mean? It doesn't have a launch thing.
A launch silo.
Yeah, it
No,
does.
not on it. Oh, does it?
Yeah, it does. It's got, you mean a docking place? It has
a satellite, a thing to launch rockets.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we can't send it off to do that on it separately. Right, gotcha. Yes, that's true.
What it did somewhere. I've left that out on the.
So Edmonton, the answer, the simple answer to that is, well, there are many answers to that, and we discussed them a little bit earlier. But firstly, it feels like cheating. It feels wrong to go out there, deconstruct the ship, and take it back. It's much more interesting to go out and do it and think of a way to do a rescue mission in order to recover the ship. And also because if we did do that, we'd waste all of the antimatter that's in all of these tanks across here, and that's a lot of antimatter. We'd rather just chuck in a reactor over here, heat it back up again, and then send it back off on its merry way. So, yeah, I mean, we could have ripped it up and just dismantled it, but that's a horrible way of doing things, I think. And yes, as Hohenheim says, it's more fun, more interesting this way. How much power are we generating in the beam emitter location? Yes, quite a lot. Let's go and have a look. We are currently producing 43. It's only 43 gigawatts. Only 43 gigawatts over here. At the moment, we're firing Combat, which does 5 gigawatts, Explorer, which is an additional 4 gigawatts, and Silly, which is an additional 5 gigawatts. So we're sending about 40. We're sending 14 gigawatts out to the ship. However, there's only a 0.34 transmission efficiency, a 0.34% transmission efficiency, which is why it was taking so long to heat the damn thing up properly. How do we manage priorities without LTN? Well, we've done it in lots of different ways in our time. Some ways are... Let me show you the best way first. This is one that Marc did in the last... 2 or 3 streams ago? Fairly recently, anyway. So, over here, this is our iron processing facility. So we have various different places iron can be brought from. It all goes into here to be smelted. That's not the relevant part to this. So, we can bring in iron ore from space outposts. That's a very low priority because it's never going to run out. That's bringing it in for there is another planet that is an iron primary, and we have virtually infinite iron that we can bring over from there. So that's always available, but we have other higher priorities. We can use it up from regular mines, which is again, it's there's no need to use that up. That we're not going to have problems if we don't. But it's slightly easier to get hold of than the stuff from Space Outposts because it comes locally. We have no logistics costs to bring it over here, apart from trains. So that's a little bit cheaper. The next one is iron ore that comes from core processing. Now that is produced in our core processing, funnily enough, over here. And so if we have too much iron here, well, it doesn't break anything because we have overspills where we can send it off to be turned into matter, or in a worst case, matter, or worst case, we can turn it into landfill. But we don't want to waste it if we can avoid it. So we try not to. We try not to waste it. So in theory, it will get passed through here into the trains over here and brought over. So that's the next priority up. And then the absolute top priority is anywhere that produces iron ore as a byproduct or as trash. And so that's places like the uranium processing over here, which is dead at the moment because we have no uranium ore. But as part of the uranium processing over here, it produces a certain amount of iron ore, and this we absolutely have to get rid of because we don't have any other sinks over here. All we can do is dump it into a train and take it off somewhere. So that one is the absolute highest priority to get rid of, so that will be brought in over here. Each of those, as they get brought in, so you can see it's coming in from the core processing, it goes into this warehouse here, and then from each one of these warehouses, it'll get passed up and up and up and up the stack. And trains are only called if their warehouse is mostly empty. So you see there's a green cable coming out of here, it goes across here to this thing. This says if there is divide everything comes in by 8,000. Okay, it's a bit more complicated. Right, yes, we have 20,000 here. We negate the number here, so we subtract the amount. We subtract the amount that's in here from 20,000, then divide that by 8,000 and order that many trains. So at the moment we're not asking for any trains, which is why we're not bringing. So because this one is already full, so the signal along here, as you can see, there's minus 5,000 on the signal. And so minus 5,000 divided by 8,000 is not a positive number. We have a train limit of 0. So so essentially we always make sure we use the iron ore in the correct order going all the way up these stations. Previous systems have not been quite so neat. Previous systems we've had one station and then various stackers in places like these ones over here. What you guys all called? Are you in a good example? Yeah. So we've got priority wait stations over here. So we can have a single drop-off station, but the trains that go to mines will go to here first. No. Trains that come from important places like core processing will go to a priority pickup or a priority place first, which means they're nearer to the drop-off stations, which means they'll come in by priority, whereas the ones that are coming from mines come from a lot further away. That method is less elegant, but is what we did first. Yeah, C-Same, that's a sort of functionally pretty similar. Yeah, you're deactivating the normal stations when a byproduct station is enough to fill a train. It's roughly equivalent to what we're doing here, but with this system, it means we can summon in up to 2 trains at a time, or actually possibly more than that. Because let's see, if this is completely empty, which it is, then over here we have 25,000 on here, and because we have a 25,000, 25,000 on this combinator. So we're subtracting 0 from 25,000. Then dividing that by 8,000. So this potentially could be calling for up to 3 trains to come out here at once. So that's why we've got some trains waiting over here in the stackers. The idea being that if we had lots of places that were producing iron ore as a byproduct, we could have 2 trains queued up here and then a third one waiting over here or on its way over here. As you can see, we've got with the core processing one, because there's quite a lot coming from there. The train pulls in immediately, another one pulls in behind it. So we know we get, as long as there is any iron ore available from the core processing, we're going to have a steady stream of trains just coming through, and that's the advantage of using the train limits rather than activating and deactivating stations. The other thing is, if you deactivate a station, then trains will just skip it in their queue. And if they're only going from one station to the other, that's not a problem. But if they're doing multiple drops, then you could end up finding that if a train goes A, B, C, and C is deactivated, then it will just end up going A, B, A, B, A, B. And you might find the train just runs around forever on that loop and is wasting fuel and clogging up your train system for no good reason, because it's not going to C where it does the unloading, for example. Oh right, yes. If you also get the deactivation problem as well, which these 2 trains seem to have possibly had that, because they're saying destination full, but they're not stopped at a signal, so I don't know. But they're out of the way. They're parked in a stacker, so having them there is basically harmless. I'm not going to worry about exactly why they're there. And yes, you don't want a train to just brutally stop somewhere in the middle of the tracks and block everything else up. That would be extremely bad. Right. I've not actually done anything this entire stream apart from sort out the problems we spotted when I was making the videos. I should probably try and think of something to do at this point. What's next on the to-do list? I've finished all the things that are on my actual to-do list, my fix list. What's next? Let's check on the Naquid production, because that's always a good one to keep an eye on. No problem, C-Same. It's it's one of the things I like about streaming is that if people are curious about how something works, then I can go off and just run through it, show them what's been going on, and we can chat about it. It makes it a lot more interesting than just playing on my own. How are Stardust ships doing on temperature? They should be okay, because they should stay in orbit for long enough to heat their what's the name?
So, fun fact: the Caladrian is slower than the Deep Space Exploration ship.
Oh. It's such a chonker.
Yeah, presumably. I mean, that sort of makes sense because it'd be a chonky boy.
It's got some much more powerful engines and a lot more of them on the back. But yeah, okay. I am surprised it's slower. I would have expected the antimatter engines to be enough to compensate for that.
It's got 10 engines compared to 9. But yeah,
but they're better engines.
Yeah, but it's also a lot bigger.
It is a lot bigger, yeah. To answer your question, Regular, this Stardust ship, which is on its way back to Norvis at the moment, so it's near the end of its loop. It's only 2 minutes away, and it's still at 9,700 and something degrees. So it's used less than 10% of the. In fact, it's used about just over 5% of the available heat inside in this thing. So they're absolutely fine. They whenever they get back to Norvis orbit, they will then pass. They will then recharge over there because we haven't nicked that beam to try and charge up the other ship. Yes, Caladrian is a thick boy. I don't know how he'll react to that observation, but yes, it does appear that way. Oh dear. Right, so what's going on here? So we currently have enough naquium. So both the production systems over here have stopped feeding into the train system. So yeah, I'd say that
Spaceship's damaged.
Sorry,
Spaceship 30 just got damaged.
which one's Spaceship 30?
Destroyed. I don't know.
Did you say something got destroyed on it? Ew.
Yeah.
Yep.
How do we find out which spaceship is?
That's the Caladrian, and
Okay.
it's taken.
Oh dear.
Someone removed all the shield generators.
Yeah,
It's still flying.
It's been repaired because it's got spare walls on board.
I mean, we
Is that
discussed
worth lowering the speed then?
We
wanted
lost.
to remove them because it's gonna be fine.
Fine is a relative term.
I did expect that to be easily enough lasers to deal with all of the asteroids. To be honest, I'm surprised.
It's at nearly 200 speed.
I guess it's going. Meh.
I've just dropped it to 100.
But Mike said that the deep space exploration was going faster, and that's never had any problems.
It's also got a smaller frontage, so I'm just going to
And
put
a
a
lot fewer
little bit on the
lasers.
front.
Do we know
Yeah.
where it got damaged?
Yep. There.
Okay.
I'm just going to put a couple of these on. That'll do it. You don't
Yeah.
need all the shield generators around the back.
Yeah, that covers the front at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it had shield
Not
generators
all
covering absolutely everywhere, exactly, which makes perfect sense because it's designed to be a combat dropship.
Yeah.
It's just being used to do Oxford hunting.
Which is not remotely the right ship for that, but
Especially as it turns out it's
Yeah.
actually slower. But it was the second deep space capable ship that we had, and I was using the other one for Stardust at the time. So Tempe is asking if we've considered making a small scrap in the same way that we made in the same way that we made Smoil. I'm looking in the wrong place. Basically just a massive redesign of it that brings the whole thing over to you. Yeah, because it's not even beaconed over here. We could probably do the whole thing with about 3 machines if we beaconed it up properly.
Yeah, problem is the base machines don't change, so it won't be that much of a difference. You know, with the chemical plants, etc., it's like the base machine changed like 3 times.
Yeah, there isn't an advanced version of there isn't an advanced space chemical plant or advanced crusher. True. So it would just be the speed bonus from putting beacons in around it. So it would help, or at least it would make it smaller, but it wouldn't be it wouldn't be the same sort of enormous difference. We might be able
actually, last weekend I thought about redesigning that this time, but then we have this weirdness in the system that we are not processing the scrap in the right order. So we are
some of it gets passed back up again. Yeah,
it
was a slightly weird one because you have. I was trying to keep all of the. Are you going to? Who's done that?
so we
Tristan.
can just do that.
Are you going to upgrade to deep space belts as well? Because otherwise, there's no point.
It is backing up at the end, but yeah.
Yeah, upgrading to deep space belts throughout would then make it sort of worthwhile. However, it's notable. I think we've made really good progress with the scrap removal. There is still quite a lot coming through, but most of it is just on the center belt that comes from material science, and that's flowing okay. The outer belts have both emptied pretty much. So everything is now flowing merrily through. So I think the scrap problem is solved. We don't have an issue with it. It wasn't that we didn't have enough throughput. It was that the system had jammed, and therefore now we've fixed the jam, it seems to be okay. I have just said that actually the middle belt is running solidly with bringing scrap in, but it is running. Let's go over and look at the other end of it. See how far back this goes. All the way back to material, probably. Actually, it's only half a belt flowing along here, so maybe this should be upgraded as well. Yeah, so material science has clearly kicked in at some point, so we have a lot of scrap pouring out of there. But, you know, it does that from time to time. And it's not clogged up, it's running happily, I think. Where does this come from? It's running pretty
It's
happily.
going to back it up at this end briefly, but it should increase the throughput afterwards.
Yeah, exactly, Honheim. So the science kicks in and out. Because Mike overbuilt material so much, material is either producing no scrap at all, or it's producing about 10 times a sensible amount. So okay, 90% of the time it produces no scrap at all, and then 10% of the time it produces a crazy amount and sort of clogs itself up. So so basically, overall, it's absolutely fine. We can just ignore it, and eventually, the scrap will clear out, and we'll still have enough material science bits and pieces in general. At the moment, it just happens to be in that 10%, so we have this loads and loads of scrap pouring out over here. No, massively overbuilt, massively overbuilt.
No, Doobie's right. 2 spec at the time.
It's
No.
never run flat out for more than a couple of minutes.
I can't help that.
Because it's massively overbuilt. So yeah, the scrap, and even with that, at the moment, the scrap is being dealt with as fast as it comes down the belts. So it's not it's okay. As I say that
No, I've blocked something.
Oh, Tristan's blocked it.
to
Okay.
put splitters in.
Generally, it's absolutely okay when nobody's actually building things on it.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, the scrap processing, I believe is still actually okay. Having the extra throughput along here is probably useful. I suppose what I could do is make this a bit better by feeding this faster belt up a bit further. Like this.
Oh, that belt's only ever a half belt, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I bring this up here like that, that's going to be a bit of an improvement. Although it's all coming down the one belt here because Mike, basically. But then that said, these belts are all flowing
That's
quite
going down that
happily.
one belt because that was the specific instruction at the time.
No, it's flowing down the one belt at the bottom because that was the instruction at the time. It gets put onto just the middle belt higher up because Mike.
Yeah, that's where it was going on to the main bit was going to that belt because that's the main. It's just scrap, as opposed to mixed scrap.
Yeah.
From memory.
So I'm just going to do a little bit of upgrading along here, and then we'll be able to pull it out of here a bit quicker.
There's probably no point upgrading a feed in.
I don't know. There's a lot of scrap coming out of this feed in. You're probably right. However, it is currently what is causing it. It is currently where an entire space belt of scrap is coming from. So I think, and there are a lot of inserters that aren't doing anything now. Yes, it's because Mike has overbuilt it. But the what are you? What even are you? This is the pressure containment data is producing obscene amounts of scrap and is being jammed up by the by the belts. So in order to
The fact that only one of the pairs of machines can run isn't overbuilding at all.
Yeah, so that's a very good. That's a good. No, to be fair, I think four of them might be running. Yeah, four of the 4 out of 8 of the machines are running. So it's definite. There are too many machines in there for the capacity of the belt that he's got emptying it. So yeah.
Fine.
First Lass says you can build spaceship floor on the ground to use a thermodynamic facility instead of huge numbers of casting machines. You could do. Casting machines are probably cheaper than spaceship flooring, though. Oh, that's true. I could delete lots of these undergrounds. I'll do that once we've got the once the upgrade has been done, so I don't cut it off while it's building. I was going to ponder through whether you could put no, you still wouldn't be able to put what do you call it? Still wouldn't be able to put productivity modules in because you can't use productivity on the casting recipe. So yeah, it would be irrelevant from that point of view. Anyway, we'll leave that to build because it's going to take a while. Oh, bots are on their way in, but yeah. Right. That's a lot of belt. But yeah, as I was saying, the scrap is flowing through pretty nicely, I'd say. It's mostly sorted. The one that I was the one place I specifically noticed was having trouble is now nice. I'm not going to say completely clear. Yeah, the belts are all flowing merrily. So then there's gaps on them. So this is all now nicely cleared out. Well, actually, this one isn't flowing merrily still. There's still quite a lot of extra scrap down here. Maybe we could do with a bit of side balancing. I was going to say maybe we could do a bit of side balancing here, but it is being pulled out right at the bottom here. So I think this is okay. It's just not quite finished being fixed yet. So there we go. Now, oop. It's a bit stop-starty, but it is flowing. It is going. Eventually it'll all sort itself out. Right. So that hopefully means this train is able to travel again from time to time. Yeah. Okay. So it's been and come back, and it's now trying to fill back up again. So that's fine. That's sort of what we expect. Although actually, it's going to be the scrap at the other end that's short at the moment. So let's send it off to go and drop some of that off because I can. We are clearly doing research at the moment because we weren't doing Naquium processor research at the beginning of the stream. Over here. That said, we're not doing research right now. What do we run out of? We have run out of... No, we're not using Advanced Science 2. Oh, Energy 4. So, yeah, we are currently doing research faster than we can produce Tier 4 science packs. So, the question is, do we switch around between different researchers? Because this one uses Energy Science. And Astro and Material. So it's probably not that useful to switch away from that one. To this one's Energy as well. This one's just Deep Space. We could do Deep Space at Catalogue 4. Yeah, let's do... Oh, no, let's not, because that was a prereq. Okay. Is there anything else that's worth doing in here? We could do Advanced Science Pack 2? Oh, no, we don't want to do that because I haven't got the catalogues yet. Various ones along here. I don't think any of...
You're noting down all the changes you're making. Because I'm trying to keep track of what's been done.
Alright, I'll put it back.
So someone going in and fiddling just messes with everything.
Yeah, I'm putting it back because you're right. It's confusing. Must have been Nexus as the next one.
That's lack of holmium cables.
Okay. I think that was right. Was it deep? Was that right? Was it
NAC processor, Nexus, Deep Space Cat 4?
Okay, yeah, that's back then because there was only 3 of them. Okay, good. I got it right. If we redesign scrap from orbit up, would we still use belts and move to trains? I don't know. The belts are working. It is absolutely fine. The belts are sufficient. So then, given that the belts were already there, I think I'd probably just leave them in place rather than going for trains. Also, part of the reason we did trains is because part of the reason we did belts is because I think lots of us, certainly myself, did trains in our previous runs, and so doing the other one this time is more interesting. Right, so how's things going up here with this scrap? So we've upgraded all of these across here. So now all of these machines are working, and so it's backed up. Yay! I don't know if it was worth it really, but yeah, because it's not backed up. No, it's not backed up. It's all coming down here to go into this train. It will be backed up fairly soon though, so we're we do have quite a bit of excess. I could go through and deal with these belts. I think I'll wait for it to actually stop before I do that. So now we've got a double belt going down here all the way to here, where it gets split onto 3 belts like this. So this is still the same amount. Still 3 belts coming down here. 3 belts. It then goes through all of this, and we've got 3 belts coming out here, and then it goes through all of this, and then we've got 1 belt coming out here. So this should be a full deep space transport belt, probably. and then from there on, it is just a full deep space transport belt all the way. It is just deep space transport belt all the way over to the processing facility now, so we can run a bit faster. Yeah, whether belt or train is better is... I honestly don't know. As I say, it is one solid deep space transport belt of scrap coming along from material sciences, and then another 2 that carry everything else, and then a 4th one over here that gets brought in because at one point matter science was producing huge amounts of scrap. I mean, it still is producing quite a lot of scrap, but it's producing even more scrap than this before, and so we wanted a sensible way to deal with all of that. But yeah, it looks like things seem to have calmed down a bit now, because we've managed to deal with all of the backlog that are generated, finally. 2 hours later, we've dealt with all the backlog that was generated, and so we can now start just processing stuff at the sort of the normal, the rate it's produced, which is now much, much better. And yeah, the scrap system over here is more than capable of dealing with the amount that's coming in. I mean, you can see there that we've got... Okay, true. Tristan has put in a speed beacon in here to make everything run a bit faster, but we're using maybe a third of all of the machines here now, so this is absolutely fine. And we have a nice steady trickle of ore coming out of here as well. Yeah, it seems fine. It seems to be working quite nicely. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, with the scrap train system, you just whenever you have a shortage of logistic, you add in an additional scrap train until you've got enough, and you make sure you've got a big enough stacker for all the trains to wait in the recycling area. And as long as you don't run out of scrap processing capabilities, then that's fine.
Oh, the joys of the hydrogen chloride recipe change.
Oh, has that broken something else? Oh, is that why there was a shortage of holmium?
That's the limitation on holmium.
Oh, okay. Okie dokie. So we've looked at. No, let's go back over here. We currently have, I believe, enough naquium, which is the thing that I consider to be my main responsibility. So we've got loads of the crystals down here. Going up to here, we've got a plentiful supply of the ingots over here as well. So that's all fine. Which means that if I go over and look on Talos, everything will probably be stopped here. Yes, those are stopped, and so I imagine that we're probably not going to be doing very much in Stardust at the moment. But it would be interesting to see how much crushed stuff we have available. How much acid we have available. So we've got up to 47, 48, 49, and now we've just run out of sulfur. Okay, so we're up to 48,000 over here, and we're starting to drain it into these trains. So that means that this area up here hasn't really been running recently, because we don't pump the acid up here anymore until this gets to 50,000. So at the moment we're just working on filling these warehouses up with just the bottom system. However, since that seems to be enough at the moment for the spaceships that are coming out, because as we see here there is one on its way in. So when the Stardust arrives, it will then hopefully dump out some sulfur, and we'll start that one running. And the Order of the Asteroid is on its way out as well, so that'll get out there fairly soon. I think it's okay. It would be nice if we had a bit more sulfur out here, but each time a ship arrives, it's bringing more sulfur than it uses. So when it leaves, there is more acid in this tank than there was when it arrived. And so that means that gradually we'll start to bleed a little bit through up here. We'll start to use those trains as well. It's getting there, but it is a gradual process. And so that brings me to the end of the naquium system. I've gone back all the way back up through there, and everything seems to be working at sufficient capacity for the time being. Now, normally I would say when you get to this point in Factorio, you go, okay, so what's the next science pack to look at? And there's the Advanced Science Pack 2, that is a possibility, and there's Deep Space Science Pack 4, but both of those are Arcosphere related things, and Mike has been sort of in charge of Arcospheres so far. Oh, Regular is suggesting I go over to what's the name, Other Planet, and have a play with the Interburbulator. That's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, let's do that. So where is the Caladrian at the moment? How's Caladrian getting on?
Was that the place we were all going to go to?
Oh, probably, actually.
I thought we were all going to go as a group. Oh, which we can do. The Caladrian is currently out like the Arcospheres.
Okay.
Not that it can't be recalled.
We might as well
It's
let,
just that
let it finish the loop it's doing and then go off and have a look at that, I guess.
Okay.
Put in another acid. Yeah, potentially. I could run. I could run one of these. I could run a pipe from one acid production machine to here, and the other one up to the other one. Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. I could run sulfur from, or I could run a belt of sulfur up here and produce more up here. Yes, those are both certainly possibilities. As to which is better, I don't think it really matters. In the long run, it's not going to matter at all because this tank will fill up and then we'll always have plenty to pump through up to the other system. In the short term, it just means that this one down here is always going to run. I don't think it makes any real difference. I think we're always going to have about the same amount of acid available, and same rate of production. Yeah, because possibly this would mean this additional 30,000 from here would have gone up there, and the other one would run. Yeah, I don't know. I could see it either way. I don't think it really matters. I could put in an or time elapsed so they would immediately leave. I could go up here and I could nudge them manually to leave. However, if I do that, it just means that when the acid production does catch up, or does start filling up the tanks up here, it's going to, or when one of these trains goes to this station down here, it's going to take that much longer, or it's going to take more acid out of the tanks down here. So it's not going to, in the long run, it's not going to really make any difference. So I don't think that, and there is then the risk that one of the mines might run out of acid and stop being able to run, and then the train will get stuck out there. So I think it's probably better not to do that. Yeah, that's my feeling anyway. I could only enable the drop-off station if it's got enough acid in it. That's a possibility. Then we just have all the trains trying to go into this station down here, and there is enough trains and enough mines that there is always a train ready to come straight into the station like this. So I don't think I'd gain anything for that. I don't think there's any point. It wouldn't even spread the production out over the mines more evenly because it's always going to use the nearer mines anyway because of how Factorio's train prioritization works. So yeah, all of these things are certainly things that could be done, but I don't think any of them would give any particular advantage really. I might nudge this up a little bit though. I'll take that from 10,000 to 12,000. Just to bring a little bit more out on every single ship that comes. I'd also like to check on how the how the new system bringing up extra sulfur is working. And yes, I am indeed hiding in a train because that way I don't have to worry about breathing. Trains apparently have an air supply in them available. So we've got 13,000 in this warehouse, and it is pouring through at belt speed. So yes, we're getting through quite a bit of it, presumably into Stardust. Taras is unloading some as well. That's handy. But a lot of it is pouring into. Some of it's pouring into Talos at the moment, and not Stardust for once. That makes a change. We've actually apparently got enough over here. Wow. But yeah, we're still churning through quite a lot of sulfur, just in other places like Talos. It is busy. But it does seem to be working. We have some stockpiled up here. This is more than we've ever seen before up in this area. So, yeah, that's good. This train system is still working very, very hard. We're taking out enormous quantities of rare metal. I know a lot of that is required for iridium production, and I think anything else that requires nitric acid. So probably immersium, I would guess as well, and so on. Speaking of immersium, actually, how are we getting on for the crystals? We still have no immersium crystals. That's something that probably needs looking at. Taras, what's going on over here? Why are you not feeding crystals through? Oh, you are. The crystals are coming through. Okay, just kind of slowly. So that's this facility here. This all needs a big upgrade, I think, to modern standards, because it's very slow and very insufficient. I know normally Marc does this sort of thing, but I feel it might be worth me doing it because I'm imagining he's busy with something else because he usually is.
I'm upgrading big grid.
Big grid. Okay. Yeah, definitely worth me doing it. What's on the end of this belt? Okay, a core mine. Hang on. The belt from the core mine isn't running. In fact, the belts from the core mine aren't running, but the belt from the normal mines are because we've got a backlog of core fragments and stone. Because why are you sad? What's going on here? You filled up with mineral water. Okay, because we've making barrels. Mineral water, mineral water, mineral water is going off that way to be presumably do things. Be used by things and reasons, but except it's not. Okay, it's a belt. It's a pipe to nowhere. Okay. And it's not being barreled to be taken away. So we have this is jammed up because this pipe doesn't go anywhere and therefore is not being used. We're using mineral water around here for something, aren't we? I'm sure of it.
Yes.
Here, yes. So this pipe here comes down to here and then goes off this way, and is another pipe to nowhere. Right. So I think those two need to be joined. Let's find out if we've got suitable robotry round on this planet to do this sort of thing.
It's my planet, so yes.
Good. Bring that to there. Right. Weird things have happened over here with these pipes, but that's fine. I can do. Or I say weird things. No, it's just they're right next to each other, so I can't put the two bits where I'd want to. So I'll put that off. So do that. There we go. Right. So that'll drain that through there. Although it's already full. It's getting mineral water from somewhere. Is there a mineral water mine out here?
North side, I think.
Okay, there's a pump. There's a pump taking it in there. Yeah, I'm just trying to trace the pipes to find out where it comes from. Oh, up here. Probably. Yes, there's an actual mineral water mine up here. Okay, so I need to put in a prioritization system in here as well. Like, I hope there's a pipe, a tank. Like that. Oh dear. Let's pull this up for the moment. Because this is... Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's leave that in place. Let's pull that one up. Then I can put a tank in... No, I can put a pump and then a tank. Pump goes there. Couple of tanks just to keep the thing lined up properly like that, and then put that there, and then we'll link the pump to this tank, and then only pump when it's basically empty. Oh, good, there's a pump. I was a little bit worried about that. And there's tanks as well. I was a little bit worried about that too. Also, the pump will need power because it's a pump. Do that like that. There we go. And so I want to link up that to there. And then say I want you to run when mineral water is less than... Well, leave it on less than 0 for the moment, because this should... Yeah, this is filled up. This hasn't filled up. Okay, that's... Yeah, this is now flowing nicely. So we've got... Yeah, there we go. Now we've got the core mining fixed over here, so we can get this. This will run merrily. Good. Mineral water then comes up here, and so I want you to run when it's less than, let's say, 5,000. That seems like a reasonable number. Actually, it's about the amount we've got in here at the moment, so it's yeah, definitely going to be a good idea. Yeah, so we can keep. So now we've got. So now we're producing the mineral water from down here from the core chip processing, and we'll hopefully have a decent amount of it. But we can top it up with the stuff coming in down this pipe from the mine when we have a shortage of it. When this drops down quite low. So I'll go around here, make its way over here to be used for the processing. Oh, this is for making the plates, which we're not doing at the moment anyway. So that's. Are we not doing it deliberately? What's stopping this working? You've got too much fine immosite powder. Fine. You've not got any rare metal. Oh, the rare metal is now starting to come in because, again, I fixed the core processing, so we now have rare metals available. Good. So now we can start. There we go. We can start making the plates again. Not that we actually need plates, but I think we're supposed to have this belt. This belt should fill up. Oh, there's another supply of them over here. Okay, this belt should fill up and then be blocked, presumably here, because we've already got lots of them over in Norbit rather. Okay, so that's sorted that out to an extent. We now, well, so that means we're now able to do do it from core processing again. However, this system over here is we've still got these priorities wrong. Because we're generating it from mind rather than just going from the core chunks. So that said, the output here is kind of This is flowing more or less solidly. Yeah, this is not running as flat out as it might be. So I guess what I need to do is split it off along here, send it off over here, split it off here, send over here, and the same over on this side as well. But with appropriate priorities, of course. So if I put that there, and there, and there, and there, and as these get placed, we can then start to mess around with the priorities for them. So output priority to the right for you, to the left for you. I don't know what, I probably shouldn't actually be doing this. I should be just redesigning the whole thing from the ground up, but I'm just going in and tinkering with it because I don't know why. It's underground here because it'll make things a lot easier. And that can go that way. Over to here, and then from here we can that and that probably. See if this is enough. Right, so that'll then chuck this into the warehouse over here. These guys are running when there's less than 20,000, and these can run all the time. So I'll eventually prioritise this system if there's enough throughput anyway. Okay, so we should still have a solid belt coming out of here, or these belts should always be completely full. We should always have plenty to keep this system up, this system running, because this one's prioritised from over here. But if there's any spare, we'll pass it around this way. Now, it means we'll potentially have issues due to burstiness, but overall, I kind of don't care. And now, is this going to fill up? I don't know. But at the very least, at least we're using the stuff that's produced from core processing to the greatest possible extent. And now we're making powder to make the juice, to make the powder, the other sort of powder. I was going to say to make the plates, but the plates are backed up, so that's good. Then over here, how do we make crystals? Oh, yes, okay, so it's from the goo and powder. Okay, so that all seems fine. Yeah, this seems to be. I think it must be making the crystals faster, unless these pipes. Yeah, because these pipes haven't filled up yet. So now all the production is going into making the crystal. Well, actually, it's not. We're still topping up this warehouse. When this warehouse fills up, all of the production is going to be going straight into making crystals as fast as possible, and hopefully we'll get a few more of them coming out. But yeah, I think the next thing to do is going to be to redesign this, because this is kind of crap. So I guess it's time for me to spend some time in the blueprint editor.
Do we want to do anything about all boarding a ship to be travelling out?
To go out and have a look at the anathema device. Yeah, it is a thing we should do at some point. It doesn't have to be a thing that we do immediately, but it is a thing we should do. Yeah, at some point during the playthrough. I'm just clearing out some of my old bits and pieces from the blueprint editor. I don't think any of them. I think there's only one that was mine in here, because they are still going to have an effect on UPS. Okay. So let's have a quick think about this. So what are we going to have? We're going to have an input stream from an infinity chest. We're going to have a quantity of Naquium core chunks. No, Imicite core chunks are going to be produced. Where are they going to be? They're going to be down here somewhere. Imicite. No, yes, core fragment Imicite. That's the one. I assume so, Hohenheim, because everything in the editor has to be running. This is the blueprint editor. So it's just Shift B is the keyboard shortcut to get into it. Why am I using space belts? Because I've forgotten what I'm doing.
But, that's a mod. That's not vanilla.
Oh yeah, so yes, the blueprint editor is as Marc says. This is a mod we've installed for sake of sanity and for designing things, because previously I've often used creative mod, which works, but it's a separate mod that you have to activate and deactivate, and so in multiplayer it's not remotely suitable. I need pulverizers. Yeah, so if the systems in the editor are running, then they have to be using UPS. It's probably going to be pretty insignificant compared to the rest of your factory, but it is still a thing that is worth considering, because yes, it is going to have some effect on your UPS. What I should be doing first actually is putting down a wide area beacon, probably a wide area beacon 2. Let's go full on top of the range, everything. So if I put you there, then you can affect this many machines, all of which are now going to have fluid handling problems, of course. Stop doing that. The advantage of creative mod, there are a couple of advantages of creative mod. One is that it doesn't have that apparent limit on the amount of stuff you can have in your when you're putting stuff down. So I grab that. It says I've got 3 of them. I put down 3 and it goes, nope, you're done. But if I then select another one, I can put down another 5, which is a little bit silly. The other thing it does that I don't like is that your inventory fills up with stuff and you can't control click it to stick it in your trash slots. So you end up having to put down a box of some sort like that and then dumping things you don't want into it like this. So it's not quite as... and then doing Alt-D and blowing it up like that. So basically I need to learn to use Alt-D when I want to remove things rather than just right-clicking, but that's a bit of a habit I don't have. Is Blueprint Editor a prereq for SE? You might be right. I was not aware of it being a prereq, but that doesn't. But I
wasn't for 0.5.
I think it's a suggestion.
Oh, suggested. Okay, that's almost a prereq, but not quite.
I think that's the. We went through the suggested lists and added those things.
Yeah,
mostly.
yeah, we definitely added all the suggested stuff. How much goes in and how much comes out? 20 in, 25 out. So I would need to use. Well, I could use the same belt for this one. Yeah, in fact, let's use the same belts. And then just assume that I'm not going to quite 100% utilize it. And then I can also copy all of this. Actually, let's just finish it first. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Stack inserter as go. You see, like that, it decides arbitrarily, oh, by the way, you don't have that many stack inserters. My point is, you're a blueprint editor. I have an infinite amount of everything. Don't be silly. Put down. Where's the infinite power generation thing? There it is. On those over here. There we go. Right, so all of that will run now. I also want more of that. More. But not you. Why did you guys not get... Oh, the beacon is... Ah. Beacon is slightly too big. So I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to put it there instead. Is the beacon? Yeah, the beacon is still going to reach, I think. Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, so the beacon's covering all of that. Very nice. Put in another loading system top there. Boop, like that. Don't need that. Don't need that. There we go. And so let's put these on the end. You remove everything. Right. So let's see how that is for speed. Not that I'm probably not going to have however many. May not have 2 green belts worth of core chunks coming in, but still, I might as well. I'll build on this scale because it's a nice scale. So the other thing I need to do then is modules. So we're using tier 6s everywhere now. So okay. Put tier 6s in all of these until I run out, which I have. 7, 3. Okay, 4 tier 6s, please. Missing an underground and outserter. Oh, yes, you're right. Joys of copy pasting. Right. So there we go. They're now all running obscenely slowly, but I can deal with that by making a load of speed module 6s. That's you, and putting them in there. How is that? How do we feel about that for a rate now? Seems pretty good. Maybe not. We've got full belts coming out, which is what I knew we were going to end up with. Because you produce for every 20 things that go in, you get 23 out. It's only slightly faster. It shouldn't make that much of a difference. I'm surprised. I'm surprised there's so many machines that have stopped. What if I grab all the stuff out of all of these? Then they'll run again endlessly while they get rid of all the stuff out of while they fill their inventories back up again. But I think they should all be able to run pretty much constantly. But no, they're not. How is that? I could have them drop on the near side of the belt. I mean, that's a sensible way to fix it. But I don't understand why. Because we've got 2 belts coming in, we've got 4 half belts coming out. That's the same. And then here, it's 20 things in and 23 things out, which is a fairly close. So I would expect maybe the last machine to struggle, but I don't understand why they all are. So that is very weird. But yes, I'll use the other side of the belt because I might as well. Yeah, no point in worrying too much about why it's doing what it's doing. Let's just make it work. Because that's basically a belt coming out. That's very... Oh, productivity buff, of course. Yes, because we're getting an extra 56% from the productivity. So yes, it's 20 in and 23, therefore 31, 32... No, about 35 out. Yeah, okay, so that is almost double. Yeah, okay. Yes, of course. Thank you, I forgot about the productivity. Right, so that is a lot of stuff, but the speed is it's okay. we are using all of the input. That's about right. We're using virtually all of it. There's occasional stutters on the input, but it's pretty close. And so, given that that's what fits nicely under a beacon, I'm happy to call that good enough. So, how do you actually do Immersite anyway? I didn't do this the first time round, so I have no idea what you do with this raw Immersite stuff. So raw Immersite, you put it in a capsule, sure. It's made directly into matter liberation data. Oh, blimey. Oh, no. Nope. You turn it, you make it into more particle stream. Right, yes, you can turn it into particle stream. Yes, that's not what we want to do. You can crush it to crushed Immersite and sand, fine. Or you can landfill it, or you can turn it into matter. Right. Okay, so the next thing is this one. We crush it again. So we sort out the Immersite, crush it again into Immersite and crushed Immersite and sand. So it's basically we have this again, because that is a system of crushers and crushingness. So 6 turns into 6. So it'll be 6 turns into 9 with the productivity bonuses, but sure. So I'm going to need 50% more of this, aren't I? Well, we'll start off with this first, and then go through and change it afterwards. Like that. So along here, we want to filter out the immersite. No, the immersive, whatever it's called when it's an ore. So I want a splitter here that takes the filters out the raw immersite to the side. Yeah, that's fine. Brings it up here. Stop it. Brings it up here like that, and then brings this off to be otherwisely processed. Presumably there is core chunks in there. I thought there would be. So we're going to need another processing system for core chunks. Actually, that's quite convenient, because if I do that again, I'm not going to be able to do core processing in this one, am I? Because it's too jammed. Well, everything's jammed too close together for all of the fluids. We'll see, actually. So, because I think we're going to need to do core. If we do core processing down here, turning cores into all of the stuff they turn into, like that. Can we get everything out from there? No, not a hope. But all these other ones are going to be doing the immersite into immersium, and they're going to be doing this one, crushed immersite. So it takes in the raw immersite, turns it into that. So all of these will be dealing with that. I'm hoping that's the right number. I think it probably is, but we shall see. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 outputs to be split across 6 inputs. I don't really want to put a 4 to 6 balancer in the middle of this, just because that's kind of ugly. So let's pass this one out to the bottom one as a... Yeah, if we send this one to the bottom one as a priority... I could do a warehouse balancer, but that's bad for UPS, and I'm trying to resist the temptation to do that sort of thing. Let's leave a bit more space for the... In fact, if I remove all of that... And yeah, let's move this... to here. Yeah, then I can do an underground belt across here, and that gives me a space to bring all of the core chunks through. So then, yeah, you still want to be a priority to the right, and then a belt comes down from there, goes in here. So 6 is 1.5. Yeah. And this comes up here, goes in here with a splitter like that. This one comes down. So again we have that and that, and again I'm going to want to bring out the... I think having these so close together is going to make this a little bit awkward, but we'll see. So that can come out like that, and then go onto a there, and this one needs to come out, which might be okay. This can then come straight down here, and go into a splitter. Oh, a splitter there, like that. No, not that one. That one, like that. So this is all piling all these up onto the same belt. So actually, that would be like that, and this one would be from the next one up. Actually, this hasn't worked because that's in the way. But if I bring this one back, like that. Then I can bring that in there. I mean, that's annoying, but does it matter? Depends how much output we have on there, I suppose. We'll see if it matters in a moment. And then you're going to come over through to there, where you're going to come down here, and the priority is going to be to the left this time, and you're going to feed through. No, I've run out of inputs. What? Two, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, it's 1 and a... Okay, that's wrong. That goes that way. Then this one goes down here and joins on there, but prioritizes So that's... So we've got 3 inputs and 4 outputs. I think this is right. I'm having trouble thinking my way through this, I'm afraid. But we'll get there eventually. We'll have a system that probably works. I hear the sound of lack of faith, and to be honest, I don't blame you, given the way I phrased that. I'm going to move this bit up a bit, because I don't like the way those have sort of melded. So bring that in there. Through there.
What is Sands of Time? Is that a new...
Sands of Time sounds like another asteroid field.
Ah.
Also
We
sounds
are
like a
building something there?
Sands of Time is an asteroid field where the Cladrian is currently harvesting archispheres.
Okay. You're
And
missing some speed modules.
Yep.
Right.
The last launch from Sands of Time is happening right now.
Mark,
Yes.
this spaceship here seems to be unloading some of the stuff it's supposed to be taking out.
Yes, Doopy. I think that's what it's named after.
Yep.
But it's not unloading everything, but it's unloading some of it, which I find particularly weird.
Right. So I'm confident
Oh,
that
is that power shortages? Or...
these ones will work.
It's probably
Yeah,
with the
brownouts.
These though.
Let's just send it off, so it will stop doing that.
Yep.
And I'll fix the brownouts.
You can nick my ship if you want. There's a lot of space scaffolding and
Oil, mineral,
solar
mineral,
panels in
normal,
there.
pyro.
I was about to say I think
Oil,
they should be in
mineral,
mine as well, but
normal,
mine hasn't landed.
Pyro. Yes,
Yeah,
but
okay.
this one won't work then.
There's plenty in mine, which is
that's not helpful.
is around a little bit.
How am I going to get these fluids out? It's not that bad as spaghetti goes. It's a little bit bad, but only a little bit. But what I'm trying to work out down here is how to deal with all the fluids that are going to be coming out of these pulverizers. Let's go off and have a look at how other people have done it. So let's go and look at, Big Rid and see how Mark's doing his core pulverization. I can't see what I'm doing. There we go.
Here.
Oh, thank you. Okay, you spaced them out a bit. Fair enough. I don't know whether this is going to be fast enough. That's the only problem. Let's just copy it and paste it in over on the other into the blueprint editor, and then I can.
Then it's Mark's fault if it doesn't work.
Yes, but also no, and then I've got a starting point. So if I put this in, which one's the input? Wait, what? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Pass the output out like that. Okay, and that's the input. So let's put this. Get rid of these, since they're from a previous design. And try it again. Alright, so put you in that way up, along there. So all those machines are easily underneath the beacon. I'll line them up with that one? No. Where does the beacon to? Okay, so that has to be lined up with that one to get any to get the beaconage. So put that one in there.
Space trains are kind of horrifyingly fast with a whole load of boosters in them.
Okay.
Right, there's an input for core chunks. And then along here, well, these will be like this. Actually, that one like that, and then like that, and then Use splitters to join them together like that, 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 that. I can run this along the back of here. Like that. Go away. Yeah, it doesn't, but c'est la vie. It'll have to cope. Right, so what are we venting down here? So this is venting off the water, that's fine. What are you doing? You're venting off mineral water, that's less fine. We don't want to do that. You're gathering up your that one and the thermoflux. Pyroflux doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Okay, right. That's okay. I'm good with that system. I'll remove the end one for the time being because, as pointed out, it wasn't under the beacon. So we'll see how the rate goes from all of this. So I guess start this, and I'm just going to turn it on and see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I need to put outputs on all of these, actually. That'd be useful. So I want a green loader here, and an infinity chest, like that. And just remove all unfiltered items. Go away. Copy that to there, and there. No, not there. That's an input. And I'm going to put these on all of the other things for now. If I can find places to put them. I don't know. You're nothing. Right. Put you on there and there. We've already got one on water. Where's oil? There's oil. Okay, so I don't care at the moment. Just testing, so I don't care about voiding these things off. I just want to make sure the system flows through nicely. It doesn't because I've forgotten to break out the stone. That would help. So splitter there. Splitter there, and I want you to pass only core chunks off to the left. And then rotate that one. That will come down here. Go along here like that, where we will in fact put it. We will in fact put in one of those there. And right, there we go. I need to now delete all of this because it's got contaminated, and then put it back in again. There we go. Right, so this seems to be, at first glance, probably alright. How are my ratios? It is using all of the machines, and this is what fits neatly under a beacon, so I think I'll just leave it as is. This one is struggling, because I've not lined the underground belts up properly. Let's do that, and then it'll be alright, probably. Up here, I want to prioritise the input from the left, because that's the one that's the only one that's it's going to. Here, I guess I input priority from the right. For the same reason. Is that going to be... Yeah, that looks like it's probably going to be alright. Oh, no, wait. Let's input priority that one from the left, because this one was output priority to the right. Yeah. And this one then input priority from the right. Yeah, because then this one can overflow into this one, and yeah, it should all be able to run all of the time, always. I always hope. Superior inserting the output of core crushers. Do you mean these core crushers? I see what you mean. It's not quite filling the belts. I could use superior exerts. I could switch over to... How much extra space have I got on this? Can't tell.
You could switch the outputs around.
Sorry?
Oh, no, no. Never mind. No.
I could just put in an extra set of these, like that. There we go, much better. And it's probably similarly over on this side as well. That's going to have done some weird stuff with which side of the belts that they're loading onto, but I don't care. I think it's probably only a good, probably a good thing. Okay, so the important question is: are these belts flowing basically solidly? And they are. So that's pretty good. Middle core chunks doesn't have inserter. Oh yeah. Thank you. And there's plenty of throughput on the core chunks anyway. So right, so that is taking me down to powdered and sand, and also all the miscellaneous byproducts that come out down here. So the next thing to do is going to be to deal with the crushed immersite, and that gets turned into either immersium sulfide or voided. Okay, well that's easy. We only do one thing with this, so that's nice and straightforward. So how much? The question is, so I'm going to need to make sulfuric acid as per usual. I'm going to need to bring in all of the bits and pieces for that. So we've got iron being made down here. So we're going to need to turn this into iron ore, into iron plates to go up and be made into sulfuric acid. So we're going to need a large number of advanced chemical plants for this. Advanced chemical plants is, where are they? There. Oh, I've got loads already. And you're going to need water as well. We can bring that up from the crushing for now, but and other reasons too. But so we'll put that. We'll have 2 machines to make the acid. That's probably overkill, but never mind. The sulfur will come back from a later step, so I'm just going to put in an infinite sulfur source for now, because I know we're going to have more of it than we know what to do with. So I'm okay with just generating that over here somewhere. So I want to make an infinite supply of sulfur, because that's the correct amount of sulfur. And we'll unload that onto a green belt here. And bring it across. Boom. Let's just say we'd like to have... Let's just feed it in with loaders. And we get through so much sulfur with this system. And then underground from here to here. So we get the iron in as well. And then loader. And I want you guys to do sulfuric acid. So I'm right there. So yeah, sulfur, iron, and what's the name? So down here, I want to bring off. No, do that. I want to bring out iron ore. So iron ore is going to need to be made into multiple different things along here. How do I do this? Actually, let's move this help down. I've got loads of space over here. What am I going to use for cooking the iron? In fact, I'm going to move the whole thing across a bit. So move you over to about... No. Paste. There we go. Here. I want an advanced furnace. I'm not going to bother with any clever ways of doing the iron. I'm just gonna cook it. Oh, actually, we've got pyroflux over here. Let's do the pyro. That's glass. Let's do. Oh no, you can't. There isn't a clever way to do iron. So we're just going to do just iron straight from iron ore. I'm not going to take it through purification and stuff, because I don't think it's necessary when we've got the free supply of iron over here. So run that up. Run that up. There. Oh, for goodness sake, go away. Go in there and come back out here and be split here. Right, so that's those, and now there's water from down here as well. Let's take it from over. Oops. Oh well. water up. I need to put in a water supply on here as well. I imagine. I don't think we're going to get enough water just out of the core processing. Yeah, we can see that's dropping down to that's empty now. So for the moment, I'll just put in an infinite water source that is always at exactly 50. I need to set it first. It's always at exactly 50. No, it's always at exactly 50%. So we've always got enough up here so we can make the acid. All right. Then we need more of these machines that are going to take in all of the immersium sulfide and that acid we've just started making. So we need a room for a belt to come through the middle of there and have the pipes go underground. So, actually that's not quite how I want to do this. Just run a pipe across the top of here. These then need to be another square up. We have a belt. Right, and then over here we need to sort out the sand and the immersium and the powder. So, all of you guys, just gonna have that. Yeah. Let's leave the system running while I faff around with this, just so it's because it's nice to have it running. Right. So over here we want the this is fine. Is this fine immocite? No, this is just crushed immocite at this stage, isn't it? Yes, crushed immocite. There we go, now the iron's been cooked a bit faster. Granted, the sulfuric acid is also being sulfuric acided a bit faster, but yeah. So you actually shouldn't have a filter, but you should have a priority. There we go. And then I can do that, and any overflow will go into that chest. Once again, I've got these two close together. I'll need to move that up a little bit, like that. There we go. And same down here. In fact, you know, copy that, put it in there. There we go. And now I can put that there. Right, so that's my sand disposal chute, which comes down here to join. I said which comes down here to join all of this. Come through here, and that's just going to get shoved into the place. Yeah, I haven't finished this bit over here yet. I'm still trying to get my other resources in a row yet. I could put these one square down, I guess. Right? Would it make you happy if I did that? Put that there. Does that make you happier now? Because they're symmetrical. Okay, so I don't know what rate these are going to be taking it in. For what's? I don't know what rate this is coming out at. It looks like about. I'll probably get 3 of them onto a belt. I think. Let's try that. And oh, I missed one. Let's try this, see how it goes, and then run this into here and find out how much we get through. Or rather, let's see how much of a belt this fills up. I need some inserters along here. And then you need to know what you're doing. You're making purple juice like that. And we need to have... And that's a space belt. Where are my belt pipes? Here are my pipes. Like that. 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 I'll tidy these pipes up. I'll get up in a moment. But for now, I'm just trying to put something in quickly to find out how it's going to be. Yeah, how well it's going to work. Okay, I didn't put a dump at the bottom of here. That should go there as well. I can get rid of all of the. If we can get rid of all of the sand. If not, then I'm going to need to put in more belts for this. But I'm hoping this is going to get rid of all of that sand without too much difficulty. Grape soda, yeah, all right. Yes. Obviously, we're turning imersite crystals into grape soda. Delicious. Why not? Do I need the sand later? I'm not sure. Well, I'll find out as I work through the recipe. I honestly can't remember. I didn't do imersite the first time round, so I'm doing it again from first principles and seeing how it goes. Right, this is not remotely sufficient. We need more of all of this. Like, put in another 2, maybe? Yeah, put in 2. How much do you cover? Yes. Okay, so that's the number that's covered by this system. These inserters are not running fast enough. Oh, these things need productivity modules in, so let's not start thinking about speed yet. I'm going to need a lot more productivity 6s. Go like that. And that's going to... Why are you not taking them? What do you mean productive... Oh! I can't use productivity on this recipe. Interesting. Okay, well in that case, I guess they're going to get speed modules, because that seems to be how we roll. We either put speed or productivity into everything. There we go. So that's now going to be very, very quick. And these are not going to have a chance of keeping up. Maybe this should be loaderied. Yeah, let's switch this over to loaders. We might find this is actually enough. So I'm going to grab all of this and move it up 1 square to there, because then I shouldn't have brought the belt up actually, because then that can come across. For goodness sake, that can come across there like that. Cut you off. Instead of having this belt, and then we do that. No, we don't. We do. Let's try it again. That. I don't know why I'm lining these up with the pipes. It just seems convenient. No. And more loaders. Okay. How's that going to go? So is this supply going to be remotely balanced, or am I going to... What I can also do here is bring in a second pipe, a second belt from the other 3 machines down here, because these 3 are going to be producing just as much as these ones up here are, and that'll... and we'll see whether that's... we'll see how much we need. So at the moment we are using... Yeah, we have... It's all getting swallowed essentially by the first couple of machines. In fact, I feel like one machine could take this entire supply. Let's try that. Yeah, with that many speed modules, one machine will probably take absolutely everything we're producing. Jeez, that's ridiculous. How are we doing for... It's not using up very much of the sulfuric acid supply down here, so I don't think... Oh, can we productivity module those? Because that'd be quite useful. Yeah, they can be prod modded. Don't think I need two machines making that. Suddenly, I don't think I need... I only need one machine doing this. And I think, even though that's a solid belt, solid green belt coming in there, that's ridiculous. But okay. Let's get rid of all of this up the middle because this is unnecessary. And all of these, because they're unnecessary. And pipe that in there, because I do still actually need that. But I need to move these up and put them in over here. But I'm getting an idea of sort of scale at the moment. But you, yeah, you're just running constantly off that belt. So I put another one of these in here, with another belt running in here from these ones. Then we can pull in twice as much and see if that's still going to be okay. I think it is, because I'm pretty sure that's running less than 100%, less than 50% of the time. Yeah, the solid green belt, the solid pair of green belts I've got going in is not enough. Is not enough for an advanced chemical plant that's running at 10 times normal speed. No, almost 11 times normal speed. What's happening up here? Why is this? Oh, we can't get all the sand through. Okay, so we need to have a second sand belt down here. Nope. No. Yes. No. Not you. No. Okay. Right. Yeah. That's correct. No, it's not. This is obviously horrible and ugly and temporary. So don't complain.
Tristan, you were asking which trains needed a boost in orbit. What's it called?
I was specifically asking ones to go from Norvis to Norbit, but yeah.
Yeah.
Norbit ones
The Norbit module city drop.
it's up there at the moment. Is that the one that's rattling back and forth forever? Because I was trying to catch it, and is it up there at the moment?
Yes, it's.
Could you send it down?
Where would
It is
put
on the
these?
way. It's entering the elevator now.
This train that is full of boosts.
It already is.
Yeah.
Well, still not fast enough. Basically, we're due to the speed models, we need a lot of heavy girders.
Yeah, there's no heavy girders, so the speed of the train isn't going to help there. Yep, it's on its way back up now.
Okay.
Watch the speed it comes out of the elevator at. There it goes.
Oh yeah.
It is. There we go. Oops. Yeah, I am loosely familiar. Well, I've been told about the Factory Planner mod. I'm sort of vaguely aware I should probably try using it at some point, but I haven't, and I don't sort of. I'm not good at changing my habits.
So what's the heavy girder problem?
Is it still that we don't have any
Probably a mic problem, right?
any
I think
mics?
it's yeah, Iridium.
Sorry, we have too many mics. We have the wrong number of mics.
What, Iridium? Yes, that's alright.
Oh. What's going in there? Acid.
Can I get
focus
one more?
there.
Oh, this is the question, isn't it? Can I do one more area before? Oh, it's 3 to go. Nah, it's fine. Let's do it. We got this.
Don't run out of heat again. Right, I'm going to nip off to the loo, but I should be back in a second.
Have
this
fun.
Tries to catch up, and oh, actually, I need a sync on the output of that. So let's put that in first. Why are you not running? No acid. Wait. Oh, no sulfur. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Sorry, forgot I was muted. Thank you. Load the acid with sulfur and iron by loader. I could. The acid is not a problem though. Or the iron going into the acid is not a problem. There's so much of it. There's so little acid needed on this step that it's easily keeping up at the moment. So I think that's absolutely fine. Yes. Thank you everyone who told me I was muted. I've definitely. Well, as far as I can tell, I fixed that. So I I sincerely hope it is fixed. What are you? I guess you're from beforehand. Get rid of all of that. Okay, so this is coming together. We have. I think we're still working through a backlog here, so let's do a little bit of an inventory cleanup and then sort it out. So get rid of all of that and 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 that. You think 6 outputs need to be going to 3 belts? For which one? The it does look. It seems to be struggling. What I'm going to do is just grab all of the everything out of all of these. I should have just done a cut and paste of the entire thing. Actually, that would have been cleaner and easier. So there we go. That's cleared out. Lots of sand and lots of crushed imersite. But yeah, you're right. It's still clogged on both of them. All right, let's do 2. Let's do pairs instead of 3. So we've got this one and that one. So we'll rotate that there and have it feed in here. And then this one here can come down here and be fed in here. It's 4 now rather than 3, but you know, 4 is more than 3. The sand does seem to still be a problem though, so maybe I need to do the same with that. Too many. Right, let's bring that down there instead of there. Yes, this works. Why is this jammed? There we go. There's a gap in the belt. That's why it's jammed. I do have purple. Yes, that's true. I do have purple belts. I sort of started building with green, and so I sort of thought I've been trying to design it around one type of belt. I'm not sure whether there's any sort of logical reason behind that at all, or not. But that seems to be how my brain works. That if I've started with one, then I should try and continue with that one. I'll also want to do a bit of tidying up in the middle of here. Maybe I'll try and do that between streams, where not make any significant changes, but at least tidy things up a little bit. Oh, wait, no, that's bad. I forgot the water was linked in there. Wait, no, it wasn't. It was linked in here. Still bad. Just in a slightly different place. Hang on, did I actually have a reason for doing that? Because I feel like I've just done something daft rather than something useful. There was a reason I wanted to move everything across one, and I can't.
You do something daft rather than something useful? Surely not.
There was a reason I wanted to move everything across one, and I can't think what it was. Let's bring this down actually like that, and this one down as well.
I feel like you're ignored, Mike.
He's only ignored when he deserves.
No more than usual.
If that means then I can bring this one in here, and this one down to here, down to there, and down to there, and that means I've got room to get the sulfide out there. There we go. Yeah, maybe making more space for the sand belt would be a good idea, but still, that's seems to be running. Yeah, everything's running through nicely now. I think except this one. What? Oh, so I took the pipe out. But I think that was running quite well. So okay, so now the immersium sulfide. I'm going to stop messing around with that. We're going to need to make, oh goody, need to make nitric acid, and that'll make me fine imersite powder and also nitrogen as a byproduct. Lovely. We also then need to take in silicon and that powder that we've just made, and some of the sulfide, in order to make the imersite crystal, and then this is the sulfur that we're going to pass around there. But also, oh, maybe you also turn the powder into, cause somewhere along here we get the plates as well. There we go. More rare metals to get plates, and also to get sulfur from that one as well. Okay. So I'm gonna put in for now. I'm gonna put in a pipe backbone up here like this. Are you filling up? You're not actually filling up. That's fine. Don't. Yeah, let's do this. I'll probably regret it eventually, but we'll do that so that can sort of. There's some available here at least, so I can think about this as we go. And that goes into chemical plants again, where with the no, not that recipe, because we need to make the fine imersite powder first. This goes in with nitric acid in order to make said fine imersite powder. So can I put this here? It's not a chemical plant, it's a furnace. Furnace. Sulfide ion machine. That's true. Yeah, rotating all that upwards would make a certain amount of sense. Yeah. Would I still be able to? Yeah, and that'd make it easier to get the sulfur in and easier to get the iron in. Only thing it make harder is the water, and the water could come in from the other side. That's a good idea. I'll do that in a second. In fact, let's do it now instead of in a second. So pull out that. Pull that down out of the way, and then take all of that and rotate it like that. And then this pipe can come out the top here. I'll also need to move this down, but that's fine. I can do that. We'll put you there for the time being, just because that seems like a useful place. The iron can then come up like this. And we'll deal with the sulfur in a moment. It's fine. I'll come back. I'm happy to come back to that one. Oh, and the water. Actually, no, the water can come in over on the side there. There's plenty of room down the side. I say plenty of room. There is a small quantity of space down on the side here. There we go. Alright, so that's everything but the sulfur at the moment. Delete that because I don't need it at the moment. Okay, so immersium sulfide. Yes, we're doing this in a furnace, of all things. Furnace seems like a really weird thing to be using putting immersium sulfide into, because immersium sulfide is a liquid, but you know that's a chemical plant. There's a furnace. What are you going to look like when I tell you to do fine imersite powder? You're going to have inputs on all over the place. Okay, that actually works quite nicely, because if I do. And I can't put them on the. If I put them on the bottom, I'm not going to be able to get the immersive sulfide out for that recipe or for that recipe. So what I'll do is I'll have it. I will have it on the bottom actually, but I'll put it there, so there's room to run a pipe through the middle like that, because it can come out on the side and be taken away for other strategic imersite reasons. I also need to bring in the. Oh yes, nitrogen out. So that's probably just going to be vented, I think. But I need to bring in the. No, not that way. That one. The nitric acid. Nitric acid is definitely produced in a barrel. No, definitely produced in a chemical plant. So I'm gonna put one of these in up here, I guess. From rare metals, ammonia, and mineral water. Nitric acid. So we need to bring the rare metals in, and I need another machine along here to cook the rare metals. I could do it with vulcanite. No, it's enriched. Yeah, bring raw rare metals. Don't care. They're cheap because they're coming out of a infinite system down here, which needs a bit more infinizing. I'll probably bring them out across here because there's a bit more room. Okay, so that's going to be the rare metals. They can come. I suppose they'll come up a belt, because how else would I get them anywhere? like this to this machine. And then we need to have some ammonia being made as well, which I'm almost certain is going to be done in one of these. Ammonia, yes, that's hydrogen and nitrogen. So we've got the nitrogens coming from here. The amounts clearly aren't going to balance, but it'll be interesting to find out which way round they are, so I know which one I'm trying to, whether I'm trying to vent it or generate it. It's probably going to be generate, I'm almost certain, but I don't want to assume. So we'll link those together anyway, and link those two together so we pass that through. I'll give everything that I can productivity modules just for the sake of it, and then come back and think about whether that makes any sense in a moment. This one certainly does, but it won't. But so, which of course means it won't take them. This one I don't care about so much because it's taking in rare metals, which are a byproduct and therefore essentially free. I mean, they're not free because if I pass them away from here, then they could be used by something else. They could be used for something else over on Norvis, but they're pretty close to free. So that's going to be that one. You also need. Oh, you also need the mineral water. So that's the one we've been talking about before. We were talking about earlier when I was looking into where everything had gone. So we'll bring that over to here, and you know I can just run a pipe down here. This is going to work pretty well. To there. I'm probably going to need. I am, based on what I saw earlier, going to need a supply of mineral water to be available along here somewhere. So we're still probably going to need the mine because we needed it before. Don't need this bit though. So up here, there's the mineral water. You still need the ammonia, and the rare metals are going to be coming soon. The ammonia now also needs hydrogen. Hydrogen's electrolysis, isn't it? Or out of the barrel, of course. So sand. Okay, so I do need some of the sand, and that'll make chlorine and hydrogen. Or I could just electrolyze water, which would make oxygen and hydrogen. But I feel that this is probably going to be a better one because it uses a difficult ingredient to make things a little bit harder. It's probably going to make things probably going to be more effective. It takes 7 seconds to make 20 hydrogen. This one takes 6 seconds to make 40. Okay, no, there's just straight up water separation is better. Fine. Okay, we'll do it with just water. We won't bother with the sand because we don't need the chlorine for this. So there's no point in having it if we don't need it. So electrolysis plant will go here, and we'll do that one. So we need to bring water in. That's easy enough. Water is up here already for something. Yes, water is over here. Bring that out over this way. Like that, I guess. Until I find this is in the way of something else, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to be a little bit lazy about it. Wait, that's not going to work. I need to move that down a little bit so that I can put in a pipe to a vent here to get rid of the hydrogen, because we don't need hydrogen here at all.
Tristan?
Yep.
We have a lot of immersite plates in space,
Nitrogen.
but there aren't any on the main bus on Novus. But I don't see an issue there. Maybe it's just throughput.
Yeah, okay, comes from there. Comes straight out of the air in a water U, an atmospheric condenser.
Oh, that is a train that
that was
doesn't
right.
have the boost stuff.
I want you to make nitrogen. I also want power over here, despite appearances. I do actually want to have power available. Right, there we go. So you should be now able to make ammonia. Well, you'll be able to. There we go, making ammonia. Do you need more speed modules? We shall find out in a moment, because you are struggling to keep up. But over here, you are now filling up rockets. You still need the rare metals though. So that's down here, right? Okay. Well, let's sort these belts out because this is crazy and problematic. Bring these over here instead. And give them dumps like that, and then this bit can all go.
Did you just send that train off, Marc?
Yes, I need plates for superior inserters.
Copy that. But this time it's going to be rare metals, or raw rare metals specifically. Why is this all ground to a halt? Oh, because we're not actually doing any processing along here. Fair enough. No sulfuric acid. Why have you not got sulfuric acid? You've not got sulfur. Oh yeah, because I was going to start making sulfur somewhere else. But, yeah, have a little bit, just to get things rolling. So we can see if we get. Eventually, we'll get. Yeah, then we start to get little scatterings of stuff through there. So why was I doing this? What was I doing? Oh yes, it was for this step. Of turning the immersium sulfide into fine imersite powder and a bit of nitrogen. So nitrogen is going to go round and round in circles there. I'm going to need to put a pumping system in here and making sure there's a gap. There's enough room in this to make sure that we use up the excess, or I could just vent it. I suppose venting it is probably the more sensible thing to do. But where's the fun in that? So let's move you across a couple and put in a tank down here. How big is it? Large storage? Okay, it's that size. Alright, put that in there. And a pump up here. And I feel a little bit silly carefully saving the nitrogen and passing it back through the system so it gets reused. But, you know what, I might as well. You run when nitrogen is less than 8,000. That's a 10,000 tank, isn't it? No, 50,000. Alright, 40,000. Okay, so that's running nicely. Down here, you've not had any actual acid come through because you've still not got any rare metals. Because this has stopped because what have you jammed up on? Does it matter? You're not unloading. Oh, yeah, I haven't put this belt back in. There we go. Forgot about that. Forgot you had to actually deal with byproducts somewhere in this system. Right. Yeah, the amount of stuff the crushers produce is a bit ridiculous, but yeah, we'll try and get so much stuff in here. Yeah, these fast machines are amazing. I am, as we've seen, that one of these machines with all of the modules in it is capable of keeping up with all of this, which is both phenomenal and ridiculous. Have you made some? Okay, you sent it up here. Where did the rare metals go from that came out? Should have come out of this processing step over here. I have no idea. But what I am going to do is stick an infini pipe on the end of there, so that I can just get rid of some of that stuff and see how things go. So let the system run a bit. Hopefully some rare metals will come out down here. We'll actually be able to do something useful with them and pass them back into the system. Yep, here we go. There's some core chunks coming down. Okay, so over here, what do we even do? Why am I even doing any of this? So, looking way back many centuries ago, we get this fine imersite powder coming out, and that seems to be what I'm trying to get to. And that can be turned into many things. Are any of these things actually useful? It can be turned into an improved pollution filter, don't care. Anti-creep particle, don't care. Delivery cannon, don't care. Imersite crystal, do care. So this requires silicon, which means I'm going to need to grab some of this stone that's coming out over here as well. So that's yet another one of these random byproducts that's going to be used for something else, but that's okay. We can do that. So turning stone into silicon. How do we turn stone into silicon? Oh, we have to go via quartz and then cook it. So that's in a filtration plant to make quartz, and then an electric furnace, because we can't use an industrial one or an advanced one to make the silicon. Okay. So filtration plant, please. That's an advanced chemical plant. Filtration plant? Filtration plant, that one. Put you in there. And I want you to make quartz, which is another use for water. Okay, fair enough. You know what? Oh. There we go. There's some water. There's a supply of water. So this was stone. No, this is sand. Okay, that's even easier. I have a supply of sand, please. That comes along here, it goes up here, and goes into here. That's up the wrong way. That's why that wasn't working. That inserter was the wrong way around. So this sand will come through here. We'll then turn sand into quartz. The quartz goes into, yes, it was an electric furnace. Okay, electric furnace, which is ridiculous because we've got so many better types of furnace available now. But for some reason, you can only use the basic electric ones for this. So we'll put in 2 of those because I have this feeling that they're just not going to be fast enough. I will also move them up a little bit so I can use loaders, even though I'm sure they're not going to be fast. I'm just using loaders everywhere because I've got lazy or played too much Satisfactory or something like that. You guys are going to be making the silicon. There we go. And I've wanted that for something. Let's go back and find out. Yes, so here we go. In this one, we want a chemical plant that is going to take in silicon, imersite powder, and immersium sulfide. So that's one of these that goes here. We then go underground like this. And we feed this pipe through into there. And you are to make imersite crystals. For which you also need, yes, you need the powder as well. Like that. I'll put prod mods in. Actually, let's put prod mods in everything now because otherwise I'll forget and get the speeds wrong. So I don't know if I actually want productivity modules and all this stuff. I might prefer just to get raw speed out of them, but you know, don't care. Right. So that's the 3 inputs for this. So we've got the powder coming from here, we've got the silicon from down here, and we've got the immersium sulfide coming in from there. That means we're now going to have an output of imersite crystals and sulfur. So sulfur is needed here. So let's put in one of them, filter to sulfur. That. Do that. These belts are ridiculous. There we go. So that's disposing of hopefully disposing of my sulfur. Actually, it's probably going to produce too much, isn't it? So I'll prioritize this out to the right and then have another dump belt going that way. Because yeah, we do have a lot of sulfur coming out of this planet. I know that much. And then the imersite crystals can come out over here as well. And you're going to just do imersite crystals, that one. So got a couple of outputs there. So that's now everything. That's now should be all of the crystals. I don't know why things aren't running. I'm not sure which stage we got stuck at. Oh, I think we've run out of sulfur. Yes, we've run out of sulfur. Liquid input for the powder. Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you. Put that in like that. There we go. We still need a load of sulfur down there. I'm just going to bootstrap it by making myself a stack of it and chucking it in there like that. Because as I said, this whole thing is very, very sulfur positive. So just chucking a handful in there like that is not going to be remotely enough apparently. Let's put in another handful. We made right. Okay, so we've made some. Yeah, we're making powder now. So there we go. Now the system is starting to work. Oh, that needs to be there. Fail. Not that it matters right now because it's just been a little bit of the silicon disappearing down there. But you know, I'd like to sort of get things balanced and working correctly at least to start with. Is the amount? Yeah, the amount of sulfur in here is going up. We're generating more and more and more of it. In fact, we've got 2,900 there on the output. You have 2,900 on the output as well. You are full. What's your problem? You're not getting rid of the powder fast enough because this isn't running fast enough. Okay, so the slightly awkward news, given how I've built things, is that we need more of these machines. However, I don't think that's going to be too difficult to finagle in. I can't, except I can't move this up, so we're just going to have to leave that one as is and put in another one over here. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. Let's get rid of that. Thank you. Yes, that probably is confusing things quite a bit. Yeah, I forgot I'd left that in the middle of there. That was a, a dumb place to put it. Right, okay, now we've tidied that up. Let's see how the supply here is going. So that is still going up. However, I am going to need a supply of it for the plate as well. So let's do the plate machine first, because we've got the crystals finished now. So that's an excellent step in the right direction. But we also need to be able to do this, which is another sink on the rare metals, which are coming out here, and this isn't keeping up. So I think we are going to need to put in a supply of rare metals. Because at the moment, where it comes up here, and I mean we've produced enough rare metals for now, but I have a feeling if I start taking 8 of them to make Immersium plate all the time, it's gonna cause problems. Put that there for now. I'll run that under there. Could you not run out of things, please? That's not how this sort of thing is supposed to work. Put you there, and you happen in an advanced furnace, which is one of these guys. Let's put you there. So you go there, and you are doing those, which means you need this. This is getting very spaghetti at this. After I started off so neatly, all of this system is so neat, and then this system is just getting really, really spaghetti as I cram the whole thing in around into this area. Yeah, I think you're right, regular. I think we are. Shipping in the rare metals. I think we need a lot more of them than we have available. However, this might as well be used. But yeah, as you say, let's put that in there like that, that in like that, and then say, well, I would like to have an input priority of the left side, so we'll use that up, and then I would like to. There we go. Normal service should now be resumed, and then we'll have an input here like that, other way around, from an. Let's put it here since we're doing it from an infinity chest at the moment. That, and you are going to be rare metals like that. So pause those out there, they come up here, and now we have a plentiful supply of them, but we'll use them from here if necessary. Also, we want to take them over this way, pass them up here, like that. Now this machine will make plates and powders. So I want you to actually, yes, you can be a sulfur output. Sulfur output. Yes, good. And this works quite nicely. Bring it over this way, under, up, and then we can come out here and go like that. So we've got both of those feeding into the same place, and then over here we'll have a yes, those output. Feed that over here. Make another one of them there. Right. And I want to put modules in that, of course. Anyone else take any more for any more? No, I think we're moduled up as much as we can be there, really, realistically. Yeah, it does need a little bit of a sulfur buffer. Or it needs a sulfur kickstart. Now, yeah, I suppose I could put along. Yeah, let's put in a sulfur buffer, just because it would be rather unfortunate if we ran into not a strong box. If we actually ran out on this planet and the system couldn't kickstart itself. So we'll do that. That's a good idea. I approve of that plan. How are you doing? Your output blocked on the amount of this you produce. So this might as well have some speed modules, because it's output blocked by this. There we go. Double the output by sticking in another loader. How much area have I got left under here? Now, I feel like I should put in another machine to make crystals and another machine to make plates, because I haven't really increased the speed by all that much yet. The problem is, I built this in a rather cramped, tight way, and there isn't room for anything else in here. So, alright, let's start by moving this tank up here, because there's no point in having it, no real point in having it down there. And if I can have a red cable, we'll link that to there, and then remove that. And that gives me a little bit more space to play with around here. I then want to move all of this up, so it's on the sort of the limit of the up about 3 or 4 squares. So it's on the limit of this thing. Yeah, you're right. The powder belts out and not fast enough. That's what I'm about to work on. This machine also perhaps not fast enough. But anyway, yes, I'm going this. Yes, the current sort of blockage is in making the fine immosite powder. It's been made too quickly. Yeah, it is a a beautiful spaghetti mess. I mean, it is a spaghetti mess. I will not deny that. But I'm trying to fit everything in around this beacon down here. If you want elegance, you'll have to come back in. No, not copy. You'll have to come back in a couple of weeks when Marc has looked at it and gone, "What the hell is this?" and rebuilt the whole thing in his own image.
It's fine.
So I said about 3 squares up, didn't I? 1, 2, 3. Was that right? Yeah, that's right. And now, also, what are you doing? You're okay. You're going to be moved way over. Get over there somewhere. So that I can put in another. Yeah, and all of this then moves over to here as well. Except for this bit. Moves up to here. And nope. Here. Oh, and these as well. Actually, no, they don't. Because this is going to be... Right, so that's going away. So it's that. That's going to come over here and be dealt... Come up this way to deal for these machines. Because there's going to be 2 of these. Like that. And there's also going to be another one of these over here. It's going to do... In fact... If I copy it, then I just get it for... I get the bits and pieces for free. So we'll do that, and then this pipe can come down here. This is getting more and more spaghetti the further I get into the design. But that's fine. So we have the loop coming through like that. This one then comes in over here. You know what? Oh, it fixed it for me. That's nice of it. Let's get rid of all this. Let's just have a belt come straight through here. Do this in a slightly more sensible way. You there. Then, I mean, it could just be a belt straight across. Let's put a belt straight across there until I said, let's put a belt straight across there. Do as you're told. Why have you stopped? Why have you stopped? Why is everything broken? Oh, right, yes, this bit. There we go. So that'll come to, that'll feed this machine. That one will feed this one. We need outputs for them though, of course. So we'll have a copy of that goes there. Don't like it. I mean, it'd be fine because there's room on the belt, but I still don't like it. Move all of this down a bit. Like that. And a splitter to merge them there. That goes through there, and that goes under there. That comes down through there. That's the wrong way around. That isn't a thing anymore, nor's that. You're going to just be sulfur. There we go. You're going to come over here, and then you're going to merge with this belt, so we can make sure all that goes over to the priority area. Why use not? Oh, you need this stuff as well. Emphatic sigh. I mean, at least I've got this, I suppose, but still, that's horrible. That is a horrible, horrible mess, but, you know, it works, so I'm not going to complain too much. Only a little bit. Oh, and these are now not fast enough anymore. However, you know what? You're getting speed modules because I don't care about how much sand we get through. Sand is not an expensive thing. If you're going to insist on using silly electric furnaces, I'm just going to speed module you. I don't care. There we go. So now it's producing it fast enough. That's coming through nicely over there. Interestingly, we've hit the point where we're using up the powder is now being produced from here. Oh, okay, we're short of this one. Because we're short of this, because we're short of hydrogen. Why are you not speed moduled? You're pulling air out of the air. No, sorry, you're turning water into stuff. You're just doing water. I don't care. You can be as inefficient as we want. And I'll put in another one if I need to. But in the meantime, over here, right? Yes, we need another one. Couple of these. Another 2 of these.
Mike?
Marc.
Mike?
Hello. Yes.
You are still short on nitric acid on coal tar.
Thank you. I'll have a quick look at that in a second. Just tracing down the last of the arcospheres.
Yep.
There appears to be 6 missing, and that is confusing me.
You've lost some arcospheres. That's disgraceful.
Well, by my count, I just brought 50 back. So I should have 146.
That sounds. Those numbers make sense to me.
Except that 146 isn't divisible by 4, so 144 in the system, 2 in the polarizer. I can see the 2 in the polarizer. But
You've got a multiple of 5 that you've collected. No, sorry, that's collector's launch.
yeah, so there's
You've got one more than a
138.
multiple of 5.
Yeah, but
Arcospheres.
yes, it's 81, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
65.
10, 11, 12, 13. 13 by 5 is 65, yep. So 65 plus 81 is 146. Yeah, which is what I'm expecting. So I should have 144 in this system here, but 6 of them have gone walkabout. And that is extremely confusing.
That's bad given how expensive arcospheres are.
Yeah. I mean, they could theoretically be stuck somewhere.
They're not in any of the machines.
Yeah.
Have you double checked your inventory?
Yep. It's not in my inventory.
Are there any dead end belts somewhere?
That's the sort of thing I'm checking, is that something could have been done, or they might have ended up in some storage system somehow. Or, hang on, is there an output? Have I got an output for one of these machines? Exactly. Not that one, not that one. And then nothing else has really changed. Very bizarre.
It's very, very clumsy to have lost some arcospheres. I don't know how you've done
UI
it.
is really small,
Yeah.
but I can't see any in the logistics storage stuff. How many did you say you're missing?
6.
Okay. It's not slightly higher.
Just setting up a logistics thing in my inventory to
Yeah.
stay and bring one of each. Yeah, all of them are saying there's nothing in the logistics system. So the 2 obvious possibilities are, one, a machine got its recipe changed or something like that during processing and it got deleted that way.
I believe they don't delete them.
I'd hope so, but
In mods, there is a specific setting where you can say whether or not stuff gets deleted if someone changes the recipe.
I was supposed to
And
just chucked on the
arcospheres.
floor.
No, most things delete them. There's one that's in progress. Arcospheres very specifically don't.
yeah.
Which is why
the
I ended
next,
up with some for in the prototyping.
yeah. And the next sort of possibility is that they are whisked out of the system and put in a box somewhere, so that. But then logistics system should report that, and it's saying there's none. That's really weird. There's damage on Novice.
Ooh.
How is Norvis getting damaged? Stop now, I don't know where it was.
That doesn't fill me with confidence.
It was pipes and that sort of thing.
Probably an asteroid.
This
Or
gets
meteor
a lot of
defense.
hydrogen.
No, nothing got through. Yeah, the last one that got through was anti-executed.
Do we have a lot of logistic robots currently?
Yeah. It was here. This roboport's damaged.
Ah.
Yeah.
So it got hit by a logistics box.
Logistics bots crashed.
What?
Yeah, we've got over 1,000 logistics bots flying around at the moment.
They seem to all be flying around. They're a lot of carrying rail stuff around. What are they doing? Oh, we're sending a load of stuff down from space to tidy it up, so
Yeah.
it's all going into the purple chest. Right. Okay.
Temporary thing.
Hmm.
That's really weird.
That doesn't feel like enormously high rate of production of these things. But we are getting through all of the powder.
Should we turn the system on again and see if they reappear?
Oh, could you not do that, please?
Maybe.
I'm doing running through the factory search.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Regular has pointed out that our research isn't getting anywhere, so we should maybe we should research swarm safety because we've only got to number 4 of those, and that's almost 3 researches. Presumably, we're still out of Energy Science Pack 4. At a guess. Right, so we're not using this up quite full speed. How I mean, we've got. I mean, this is going at about 3/4 speed. I would eyeball that at roughly. We could run this a little bit quicker. What are you being limited by? You're limited by your output. Fine. You're limited by. Okay, you're still limited by the input on this one, and that's still limited by the input from here, which is still limited by the bloody hydrogen. What? How many of these things do we need? I mean, I guess we can have one more. Just for funsies. In fact, let's copy and paste it, because then it'll have its modules. I'm in awe of the sheer quantity of hydrogen we appear to need. I was going to have to move up one. Like that.
So, checking for storage, entity, and ground.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any other than in that warehouse.
Yeah, which is what we'd
I
expect.
specifically ignored ingredient and product because, yeah,
Yeah, that's
none
all
of them
stopped
had
again.
any in, and they were
Yeah.
looping. So that probably doesn't count stuff on belts. Logistics as well.
Yeah, the belts aren't running absolutely flat out into the system at the moment. What's that? That feels laggy. Oh, no, actually, no, it doesn't feel laggy because it's smooth. It's just felt heavier, like I was scrolling. Yeah, like more slowly than normal.
Is
weird.
that stuff's? So I'm searching,
Might be it.
and so the server slows down.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably it. Yes, yeah, we're down to about 30-something UPS. Okay.
I'm searching belts.
Oh yeah, I've not put water into it. That's right. Muppet. Are we producing hydrogen crazy fast than we need to?
Yeah, all
No,
138
it's
of
not
the Argus spheres that my system thinks it's got are in that central warehouse now.
3 to go on the logistics, which is checking on belts.
Ooh. It thinks. So
Does it?
I've run factory search and it thinks it's found some in. Oh no, that's ingredient product storage. It thinks it's got some in
Of what?
Flanders. It's come up with actually, in fairness, it's just come up generically with gravimetrics facilities.
Those ingredients or products.
I have got product, yes, and ingredient selected, so let's deselect those.
No, putting in a second beacon is.
Oh, that's ones that can produce them, not that have.
Would be quitting.
Yeah, so
That.
I've found those. So yeah, all lambdas are accounted for.
I've done storage, logistics, entity, and ground.
Yeah, I'm doing that as well now.
I ain't quitting. I can do this. Probably.
So how many are you missing? I've lost track now.
6.
Is that including the 2 that are in the gravimetrics facility at the top, or
No, that's excluding those 2.
Right, do that.
I
There we go. More.
expect there to be 144 in the system.
Oh yeah, you're right. Alright, well let's give this one some speed modules because, as I say, it's just stone. I don't care about the efficiency or productivity-ness of that one.
So yeah,
That's
2 of them
kinda
at
awkward,
least
but
have to be
oh
a
well.
type.
Sorry, say again?
2 of them have to be a type, because you would then have 140,
Yeah.
and that's
Oh,
then a number
yeah.
that you could have produced.
Yeah, I'm just going to search for unfolded arcospheres.
Yeah, that's what I've got searching on all surfaces at the moment. But that there must be 2 of them that are folded or polarized.
Yeah,
'Cause
so I mean,
they only happen in 4s, don't they?
exactly, yeah. So my concern here is that 6 have disappeared, full stop. Arcospheres are theoretically indestructible, which means that somehow it's the sort of thing where something has been deleted absent-mindedly. It happens. Ordinarily, it doesn't matter. You lose 6 iron ore. Who cares?
Yeah. Oh, this is
But we know there are
weird.
ways to delete items.
You're not transferring stuff by bot at all, are you?
Nope. So they're not lost on the ground outside a
Oh, except
system.
in orbit, on asteroids.
So I can move everything across one, actually.
Oh yeah.
But that should be fine.
No, because I count them by counting the number in the chest. So I keep my own notes as well, and I counted them in the chest.
Ah.
In the thing, and when I picked them all up at the same time to bring them over here, it definitely said plus 50.
What?
So they all made it into my inventory.
Oh.
But yes, it is of course possible that they have then had an inventory-related problem.
So that's, I can come out to there, and that's fine, and do that. But then I can't get this one out.
The search takes a while.
There's a lot of stuff happening. It's also annoyingly past my bedtime.
As a note,
Wait.
one thing that's probably generally worth doing is having a chest, just in the space above you or something, just requesting each of them, just to grab any back that do get picked up by mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't ever happen, but it's a fair point.
Shouldn't,
Let's
You mean
Let's do
like
that.
all the science packs?
yeah, I
Well,
know.
they shouldn't.
All I'm gonna say. No, I'm gonna say none.
I find that very hard to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, is that enough hydrogen? Yes, it looks like it is. That is a pipe that, whilst it isn't getting up to completely full, is also not getting down to completely empty. And this is a machine that has now filled up with hydrogen. Right, now that we have enough hydrogen, are we making ammonia fast enough?
So, yeah, I don't believe you've left an arcosphere on the floor in a asteroid field.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Okay, so now we're
Two of
output
them
limited,
must
which I
be
think is probably where I want to be with this. We're able to churn this out at a decent rate. I am just vaguely curious as to how this compares to what we had before. But I guess I'll go and build it and see how it gets on, and then maybe perhaps actually I could maybe put in a second one if necessary. Flip the electrofertilizers vertically so the output's run up. Oh, maybe yeah, it might have been easier. No, that wouldn't have worked because I'd have run out of beacon coverage. These need to be where they can't be any lower down than that. And if I put them the other way up, then wouldn't have had room to do all the piping, or at least I'd have struggled with the piping. It might have just fitted actually. That might have been easier and slightly neater, but oh well. What I will do is move this up a notch and then move this up a notch like that. So now there's room for these two belts to come out the side here. Like this. And my inventory's full. What nonsense is my inventory? Mostly iron ore, interesting. Don't need any of that. I don't need that many infinity chests. I don't need all of that. I'll claim some of this, more of this when I start to do things that use them again.
I've just deleted 2.
Uh-oh.
I figured it out. You can delete them. I just thought I'd experiment on it. If you change the recipe in the graph facility, it does delete them.
It should.
It does.
Ah.
So unless let's just try picking that up. Do I get them back then? Nope. Right, they've been deleted then because... Okay, so lesson learned, don't use loaders for arcospheres into a facility which has the reversing polarizer. Oh no, it's those. Hang on, wait, what?
That's fine.
It's two. What?
This is a separate inventory when I'm in the blueprint editor, because otherwise it'd be far too easy just to claim 1,000,000 arcospheres or something from here. This is separate. It just fills up with nonsense because of the way the editor works.
There's 2 in there, Mike.
Yeah, I know. I just put them back in. There's no notification that they moved anywhere, but they did appear in my inventory.
There.
Oh no, there we go. There's the notification. Yeah.
Yeah, when you click the cog, you remove you're removing the recipe. That's how it's different to.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Okay, but I'm still. That's what I'm thinking's happened. And I know that
thing that didn't happen.
Well, that thing which I haven't reproduced.
Yeah, we use ducts in a few places, particularly for thermofluid, and I think some of the what do you call it? Oh, I see. They've gone off to talk elsewhere because I interrupted them. Fair enough. Yeah. So we use the ducts for some of the thermofluids and some of the molten metals and things, so the really high throughput things. But this isn't massively high throughput. We've got the pipes are more than capable of transferring all this stuff through. It's just the sheer tightness of trying to squeeze it all inside this beacon area that is causing the challenge and the to be honest, the mess of spaghetti that we've got here. But I feel like this is more than we had before. It is rather hard to tell though. So I think the answer is going to be to copy this, make a couple of fill up the spaceship with enough stuff to make this twice over, and fly out and build the damn thing and see how it goes. So oh yes, and I need to have this, and I need to check all of my. I need to remove all of my infini things to yeah. Do I need all these crushers? That's a good question. Having this many crushers is sort of nice because I clearly don't because this belt isn't moving. Yeah, that suggests I need more throughput from this. So actually, I guess what I need is to take these 2 belts out north and have another copy of all of this up further up north. In fact, let's do that. Let's copy all of this and put it in. I want to line it up. Yeah, here. So put it in here. I kind of want to move everything down a bit just for lining up purposes, but no, that's not a bad idea. So we'll do that. Yes. And then I need to just get all of the inputs up to here because I think you're quite right. I'm using far more. No, sorry, I'm capable of using far more than we have than is actually being eaten up at the moment. So if we bring this up to here, feed it into here, like that, and then take this one bring it up here. I said, come on. Bring it up here like this. Feed it in there as well. And then delete you. And you. And, oh, hang on. Have I miscounted? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. This one should be going up as well. Actually, let's make this into a third belt. Just because I can. And I want to make sure there's enough throughput here. I'm pretty sure there will be, but, you know, I'd rather be sure. Okay, so I need to prime this by chucking in a handful of sulfur. And then the rest of it is other stuff. Is stuff that I need to have produced from somewhere. So let's take a handful of sulfur, chuck it in there. And the rest of it is other stuff I need to bring in. So down here, what do we have? We have iron ore. So if I do that from there, can I? No, so not quite. But if I switch over to a purple underground belt, then maybe I can. So I want you to go from there to. Oh, it doesn't quite reach, but it reaches far enough because I can do that and then bring it up to here. So that's that one. And then down here, that needs to be a square lower, so we can do that and then put in a splitter in here. Yeah, 2 beacons worth anyway, but I've doubled absolutely everything, so that feels quite neat. Okay, Hohenheim, well, good night, thanks for joining, and see you next time. So that's that one. We then need the same thing down here with everything else. So we do that. And hopefully this will squeeze through. Yeah. Like that. And then sand as well. So put that in there and underground like this. Okay, I'm going to have to put that in a slightly different place, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. Okay, there we go. There's the raw rare metals coming through. Oh wait, I had another feed of rare metals in. That's wrong then. So this here, yeah, it should be here, not here. So that should be, my purple should go from there up to here somewhere. Let's take that out. Right, so we're going from there, so it'll reach to here. We don't need that machine at all now. We just need this to come in here, and then we don't need that supply. Okay, that's that one, that's that one, that's that one. We need a water supply to come in here. But the water is one of my infinite sources, so that's okay. How's that for speed? I think it's... Yeah, it's now not quite keeping up, which I think is better. I'd rather have it not quite keep up than have it ahead, because that way we know we're using all of the input. So that is actually better. So yes, we have an infinite supply of rare metals here. We have an infinite supply of water somewhere, and an infinite supply of what do you call it down? Mineral water down here as well. So I need to get that up to where it's required. So it's being bounced up to here. Oh, that's quite easy because I can just pass that straight through like that. Boom, done, easy. Then we've got the water that's being fed up along here. I can bring that. No, I can't. Where does it need to get? It needs to get to here. Yeah, okay, so I can do... No, I can't. I can do that and that. I think that there and there and there. That's the water. Is the water all being passed around internally here? Yes, it is. So I think we might be good. Have you not got your... Yeah, we're making the ammonia. I'm missing a pipe down the outside here. That's why. So that goes from there to there. Stick a pipe on each end. Doop doop. There we go. Now that runs. Yes, there we go. So just like that, I've doubled it. I put a stack of sulfur in. It will. So it is creeping through. It'll build up over time. And that's filled up as well. Nice. So now what I want to do with these is bring these down. So which one are you? What are you? You're sulfur. Let's bring you down like that.
Okay, it's past 11:30. I should have gone to bed 45 minutes ago.
How is that not sulfur? What's going on? Oh, that. Okay. Well,
Anyways, good night all.
good night.
Have a good one. Thanks for the game, and I'll catch you later.
Yep.
Yep.
Been,
Night, chat.
been fun. I finally got around to actually doing something, which I'm quite pleased with that.
Yeah,
All right.
well done. It's yeah, I'll mark it in the calendar.
Yeah, this was
Night,
an unusually well. I spent all my time fiddling with things rather than building new systems today, which was a bit of a change. Oh, don't do that. You're supposed to get underground when these things happen, like that. There we go. That's better, isn't it? And then we can come to here, like that, and that, and that, and that. Ooh, no, it's going to be there. That goes in there, and from there. Right. And now we have 3 output belts once again, but they've got twice as much stuff. Each one has twice as much stuff on it, which is what we want. So you look like you might not be fast enough. That's a concern. No, it's okay. It's keeping up. All right, I am going to extend this belt as well. Like, come on, don't stop doing that. Like that. Put another one of these on the end of it, because these are my infinite sinks, and so they're where I'm going to need to take stuff out. And then over here, I'm going to put this in like that, because this is an infinite source. My theory is if I move all of these, if I move all the sources and sinks all the way over to the extreme side, then hopefully then I can find them all and put them all in correctly. Like that. Okay. Oh, haven't dealt with the excess fluids from down here, the pyroflux and the oil. Better do something about that. There's always something extra, isn't there? Easy to forget. Right, so we'll put that in there. Bring iron out like this, because I don't really care too much about the speed of this. Then I want to put in a furnace, and I'm going to need to feed wood into it as well, because I'm going to make steel for barrels down here. So that's going to be that's an atmospheric condenser, an advanced furnace like this. Loader like this. You are going to make steel the easy way, which still requires coke. Suddenly gone blank. Coke is made by is wood and coal, isn't it? Oh, so I'm gonna need coal. Oh, it's okay. We've got coal there. I just gonna need wood. So that's that's just a greenhouse. Coke, that one. Yeah, wood and coal. Right. So and wood is just a greenhouse. So that's going to be it's an electric furnace again. So put one of these in here, and then another copy of this sort of thing over here. But we want to bring off the coal to the right, and then we want to have a. Let's do that for a moment, and then do that and that and that. Here's my coal. Why have I done this here? I don't know. Oh, there's a belt missing there. Not sure why. So that's that step. And then we need wood. And wood just needs water, I think. So we need a greenhouse. Goes here. Does anyone happen to know off the top of their head how many greenhouses you need to make a sensible supply of barrels? Is one enough, or is that going to be horrendous?
You presume not to look at Andrian.
Yeah,
Might
okay.
be a suitable rate.
Andrigan. I don't know. This is Mike. He's going to have overbuilt.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no point in looking at big grid.
Two greenhouses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 6, of which 1 is doing anything. So I think I'm just going to go. Oh, but and it's also full of speed modules, but only tier 3s.
I'm going to bed as well, and I'm quickly saving for me, if that's alright.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do that, but I'll put that in, and then I'll this down. So
You
here.
could tell requester chests to actually request precisely the amount that you put on them, rather than them overshooting.
A requester chest requests precisely the amount it tends to, like a wizard. What are you doing? No, that's wrong. There we go. That's what I meant to do. No, it's not. Oh, it's getting late. I'm starting to struggle. My designs are not coming together as fluently as I would like them to. I can say things like that without getting abuse now because Mike's gone. So put that there. You, I want to make coke. So now we can go 1, 2, 3. And then we've got the steel coming in here. Yes, that's okay. That's good. Right, that's actually working now. Thank goodness for that. Okay, regular. Yes, Doopy, I am trying to make steel, and I'm having more trouble with it than I have any excuse to have. So I can make barrels here. So I can make a barrel of that and a barrel of that. You make barrels. You barrel pyroflux. You barrel oil. Like that. There we go. Right, that was what I was trying to do. Ugh, that was far harder than it needed to be. Okay, regular. No, I said goodnight to regular. Yeah, I think you all having sensible ideas. However, I am so close to finished with this that I just want to finish off. Right, is everything... No, we don't have any... The plates are not plating because there's no rare metals up here. Oh, I haven't got an infinite supply of rare metals going. That's why. This belt is the wrong way... No, this belt is the wrong way around. How has that happened? There we go. What? What is going on here? The heck? Oh, no, okay. Yeah, that. And that's the other way. Yeah. How did that all get turned round? It's very strange. Oh, probably... No, I don't know how I got all that turned round, but that is very, very strange. I don't know what I did there, but it broke everything. So, now that's flowing in. We've got the rare metals again. We've got the byproducts dealt with down here. Yes, the barrels are starting to back up. That's a good sign. Just need the rare metals to flow all the way through. Then everything should kick in and start working. This quartz production up here is running very, very flat outy. I mean, I checked this earlier and it seemed balanced. So, do I have enough sand? Oh, I probably don't have enough sand coming through here. I should do this separately twice. Pull off 2 belts of sand. Like that. There we go. That is interesting. It's using a significant quantity of the sand that's coming through. That's quite nice because it is indeed getting late. I'm gonna say that's why I'm starting to struggle. If I get rid of all of that, can I then just belt it together onto a single belt like this and have a dump over here? If you pardon the expression, or is that going to struggle? No, that seems to be absolutely fine. Okay. Now, are we... Yes, you're running freely. You're running freely. That means we're using up the resources as fast as we can. Now, this assumes that we always have perfect balance between the amount of plate and the amount of crystal we're using, which is probably not true. But at least this means that sometimes the system will work smoothly like this. Sometimes it might... One of them might back up, and the other one will run. But basically, this is I'm pretty happy with this. I think this is going to be okay. How fast are these input belts running? I'm kind of curious now. Not quite flat out, but pretty close. That I think is good enough. Over here, yeah, it's because this isn't quite quick enough. So I've got a full belt going in here, I've got a full belt going in here, I've got a full belt going in here, but we're producing slightly more than 3 full belts of the stuff, I think. And also there's some machines over here that aren't working quite. In fact, there's lots of machines that aren't working 100% of the time. Yeah, this is rather seriously under the outputs here are rather seriously underutilized. Maybe I should only have 1 belt coming in. Let's try that. I thought it looked like it was all running pretty quickly, but no, it was just the inputs are running quickly, but the intermediates were unnecessary. So let's do that. Let that fill up and see how it gets on. See if we can get basically all of the machines working. Give it a moment. Over here on this side, it's hard to tell because I just broke it. But down here though, again, it's not quite as packed as I would like it to be. I don't want to just throw a purple belt upgrade over the whole thing. That feels wasteful and foolish. It's tempting. How are we doing? Yeah, okay, so we've got smaller quantities coming through now. Yeah, this is not enough input for the system now. And it's definitely not enough output. We don't have the full belts that we had before. And everything over here is struggling. Now, this does need to be 2 green belts going in. Like that. I'm going to try upgrading all of the belts to purple, I think. Let's make a quick upgrade planner over here. No, that's not what I wanted. A quick upgrade planner. And I want to go from green belt to purple belt, from green loader to purple loader, from where's everything? Green splitter to purple splitter, and from green underground to purple underground. My theory is if I just do this on the output belts over here, I don't want it on the inputs because they're already fast enough. So just through here, and only on the yeah, all this sort of stuff. Everything is dealing with purple stuff, basically. So all this down here, through here, but not these inputs, and that one. And that one. Yes, if you upgrade one side of it underground, it'd be nice if you upgraded the other side as well. Silly game. So all that through here, and then from here onwards as well. So all the way through to here, and them, and all of that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Get rid of all of that because it's not doing anything. Where's my upgrade planner? There it is. And yep, you're on it. You're throughput. All of that, and that, that, and that. Ooh. No, not that. Oh. Yeah. Okay. You can't undo an upgrade planner with a Control Z. It turns out.
No, you just undone some random thing.
Yeah, it's alright. I worked out what it was I'd undone. That's a bit bad. I expect better than that from Factorio. There we go. So massive upgrades pushed all the way through there. What? Oh. Right, that's upgrade. That's increased the amount of sand coming out to such an extent that it can't all fit down the belts. Okay, so I need to upgrade those as well. Jeez. Alright then, if you insist. All this needs to be upgraded as well, apparently. And therefore all of this. And presumably this. In fact, this might as well be multiple belts on the way out. I think we can afford this. Yeah, so now we're seeing the scrabbling on the middle hit in the middle here. But hang on, didn't I could have sworn I upgraded those belts along here. So yeah, it's just all of this down to here is meant to be upgraded. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. We're seeing most of these machines are at least doing a bit now, so that feels a lot better. In the middle here, we're having a bit of throughput difficulties down on these belts because the way I've balanced it, but it does all it's all flowing through pretty much. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Could do a stack. I don't think it would help. I think we've got enough throughput. We're seeing a little bit of yellow down here. I think I'm happy with this. We've got so much coming out at the end here that is massively improved over what we had before. I think that's an upgrade I'm pretty happy with. And over here again. Do we need all of these belts? I'm not sure. Let's find out. We need at least 2 of them. Wow. It's partly because it's not balanced properly, but let's get rid of one of those at least. Yeah, there's so much more coming through on the bottom side. I don't know why though. Yeah, and up here as well. Okay. I'm going to call that good enough, and if I do any further tinkering, I'll do it in the real world. So, let's take a copy of the whole thing. What time is it? It is 10 to midnight. Let's not take a copy of the whole thing. Let's say, here is a thing I have made. I shall build this next week. So keep an eye out for it, because this is going to be one of my first jobs for next week. Having spent so much time building this now, and I'm quite pleased with the input part. This is nice and neat. This part, I'm sort of proud of it in a slightly embarrassed way because it is some horrendous spaghetti. However, I have managed to fit a lot of completely random machines in around a single beacon for each one. It's possible they're not. In fact, I'd say it's certain they're not hooked up in the most efficient and best possible way that they could be. However, it is working, and it's working quite nicely, and we're getting a decent amount of output on the other side. So I think this is overall, despite being a bit sort of a little bit gross in some ways, I'm overall quite pleased with it. I think it's working nicely, and I'm looking forward to sticking it in over on Taras next week in order to get everything up and running. So, what else is going on the channel, you may say? I hear you ask, and I don't hear you ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So, I shall be back on Wednesday with the Satisfactory stream, where I'm going to be carrying on trying to do things with aluminium and quartz, because those are new resources, and I'm not quite sure what to do with them yet, but I shall be investigating that on Wednesday. There is a video coming out on Thursday where I talk about how the spaceships we use in this game are working. The advanced sort of Marc system over here that we've these ones, with all of the unloading and how all the circuitry works around them, how we make sure that the right things go into them, they leave at the right time, all that sort of stuff. So this is going to be an advanced video, but it's going to tell you a lot about how the ships work. Why is the spaceship light for Talos flashing? Is Talos short of power? No.
Nope. Not even remotely.
No, as you say, not even remotely. My previous question stands then. This is not where I was attempting to look. This is not where I was attempting to look. Why is the light for Talos, the Talos spaceship, flashing? Where is it again? Terras Talos. Here. I blame Tristan. So yes, Wednesday Satisfactory, Thursday spaceship video about how these spaceships work. That's the one that came out last week for supporters. So you know, as always, supporters always get early access to videos because I want to say thank you to them. Then at the weekend there will be a series of videos coming out. There may be 2, there may be 3. It depends on how much I waffle, and you know what I'm like. So it's probably going to there's been quite a lot of 3 video weekends recently. However, given that I spent quite a lot of time just sort of I'm not quite sure what I spent the first half of the stream doing. I think I fixed a load of stuff, yes, but then I spent quite a lot of time just sort of chatting with chat, which is, you know, is nice. But in fact, it's very nice. I enjoy doing it. But it means I haven't made quite as much progress on the rest of the as I have in some of the other streams. But I did build that Immersite processing facility, so that's quite nice. I'll definitely be talking about that. That's the weekend, and then that'll bring us all the way back around to Monday, when there'll be another one of these streams. So more K2SE. I shall put down my shiny new Immersium plant and see how things go and what breaks first, because something's going to have issues. You just know it. Right. So yes, definitely going to call it the end of the stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye bye.
Bye.
That one.